Hello, everyone, and welcome to a very special episode, special quest from our community here for Into the Mist. This is our Curse of Strahd campaign. This is a private session that we recorded recently with our incredible Tier 3 Discord folks, as well as their Smith Guardian elders. I can't tell you, first of all, I need to say that I am overjoyed and blessed and honored to be able to DM our Tier 3s in their final quest of their assault on Mount Ghakis. Our community is incredible, and our Tier 3s and our elders are at the core of what happens and what makes RealmSmith and what we do here so incredibly awesome and fun and interactive and supportive and all of those wonderful things that we are. This is a cornerstone of our community, so we wanted to make it super, super special. Like I said, this was recorded in private over Zoom, and then we will be posting it on socials later on, which is super exciting. We are dealing with a lot of players today, so I ask for your patience while we go through a really large initiative count. This will be different than standard D&D, especially different than our standard session. I want to thank Julian, of course, for running the sessions up to this point. We have had 9 quests for the assault on Mount Ghakis, and also Steve, for DMing the other sessions as well. He is going to give us a rundown and a recap of how those sessions went thus far, leading up to where we are, and then we will jump into this session. This may be a longer session. It may go a little longer than most, but we thank you for tuning in, and we're so excited and overjoyed to be here. Right now, I'd like to say hello to our Tier 3s and our elders. Hello, everyone on Zoom. How are you all doing? So good, so good. All right. To start off, I would love to, again, give an intro. We'll start at the top left. We'll go from left to right, all the way down to the bottom. If you guys can just give me a intro about your character's name, class, level, and just a quick description. We have to go through quite a few. So keep it brief but awesome, and just let us know who you are and who you play within our Discord community. For those of you at home that don't know, if you subscribe to the RealmSmith channel, you get the opportunity to play on our Discord, I keep saying Discord, it's weird. Discord role-playing service community. And all of the folks that do that have created Vistani characters at different tiers. Different tiers give you different perks, so on and so forth. The Tier 3s get their own Vardo and a bunch of other really awesome abilities. And so that's what this is. They play on the Discord throughout basically every day. They're crafting things and creations that they actually infuse into the game world that our players actually play with in our stream. And then they have special quests that our Smith Guardians run for them. And this, of course, is the final quest of that series of quests up Mount Ghakis. So let's start at the top. Elder Barbanegra, with you, sir.
Good evening. I am Elder Sidifar Barbanegra. I'm currently playing a human Eldritch Knight and leading up the Clan Barbanegra. A couple of my team members are here tonight. I'm level 8 at the moment, but currently I'm a little bit different in that, thanks to a gift from Elder Ludari, I'm currently running as a werebear.
Amazing. Elder Jardani.
Well, good evening. I am Elder Jardani Guaril of Clan Goril, and I am playing a human paladin at level 9 as of today.
Elder Ludari.
Good evening. I am Elder Ludari, of course, head of Clan Ludari. I am a level 8 Drow Rogue, and just for your own knowledge, Jason, I do have one of the orbs.
Okay, thank you. Elder Tamazar.
Good evening, Elder Tamazar, a level 8 dwarf cleric, has come to Barovia at the behest of his gods and got affiliated with the Vistani and became an elder.
Awesome.
That's all I got.
All right. Ulrich. Andre Ulrich.
Greetings. I am Andre Ulrich. I am a human monk, level 5, part of Clan Barbanegra.
Valmur.
I am Velmor, a male tiefling warlock, level 6.
Salthos.
I am Solthos Branor. I am a level 4 blade singing wizard.
Sari. I think you're muted, Sari.
Oh.
No worries.
Hi, I'm Siri. I am a level 5 half wood elf druid.
Amazing. Darren.
Hi, I'm Darren. I am a level 4 dwarven barbarian path of the beast.
Amazing. William.
I am William. I am a variant human cleric of the Twilight Domain and part of the Wattleby clan, the oldest of the Ulrich family that you've now seen all of.
Amazing. Zelda.
Hi, I'm Zelda. I'm a halfling barbarian. I'm also Path of the Beast. I'm part of Clan Ludari.
Amazing. Elros.
I'm Elros of Mizrim, and I am a level 4 assassin rogue.
Amazing.
Of the world.
Perfect. Garviel.
Hi, I'm Garviel. I'm a level 5 red dragonborn paladin. I'm part of Ludari.
Amazing. Elder Wattleby.
Hello, I am Elder Wattleby from the Wattleby clan, and I am a halfling sorcerer of the draconic bloodline origin.
Amazing. Vilya.
Hello, I'm Vilya. I am a Bard of Eloquence, level 4. I am in the Ludari clan.
Valinor.
Hello, I am Valnor, female half-orc, paladin, level 4, part of Clan Barba Negra.
And finally, Osklar.
Hello, I'm Oscar Lightforger. I'm playing a dwarven cleric of the Forge of Clan Wallaby.
Amazing. Awesome. Welcome all. We'll transition now into kind of a short but sweet background on what the quests have been like so far. That is quest 1 through 8 up the mountain with Steve. Take it away.
Sure thing. All right. So Camp Ghakis, after establishing themselves at the base of Mount Ghakis from a recent zombie horde, had realized there had been some unusual weather patterns, and one of their members had vanished up the mountain, a young dragonborn named Sickle from Clan Tamazar. In a series of 8 adventures, the camp had sent parties up the mountain to explore. One of their first objectives was to find the pack of wolves, dire wolves, and winter wolves that had been harassing the camp, led by a winter wolf of exceptional stature named Bloodmuzzle. They found and they killed Bloodmuzzle, or so they believe they did. In the third mission to go up the mountain, they discovered that a group of individuals had resurrected Bloodmuzzle, restoring him and perhaps empowering him with more abilities. They then followed them up the mountain, crossed a bridge that was protected by ghouls and a couple of ghasts, and was also encountered a Remores. After that, they moved up to an area that appeared to be a camp of Vistani that were aligned with Strahd and therefore hostile to Camp Ghakis. They attempted to sneak in and was mostly successful, and they encountered those Vistani and their elder, who the camp was looking for because they had imprisoned Elder Ludari previously and had murdered a homestead out in Barovia. So they did confront the elder. They did kill the elder and his clan, and then made their area their base camp to continue up the mountain. It's at this point they started to encounter a spellcaster who looked like one of the elders who had vanished, Elder Odo. Believing that he is now hostile, they wanted to search for him as well as continue the search for Sickle. They started to encounter a group of hags. Each of these hags was protecting or setting up an orb of unknown magical origin and power. The Camp Ghakis Vistani managed to acquire the orbs. On their last adventure, they encountered that the hags were in fact a coven that established themselves on the mountain. They were able to kill one of the hags. Unfortunately, the other two had eluded them, but they were able to retrieve the last of the orbs. So now they have all 4 orbs, and they're in base camp. And they realize that while they're in base camp, they feel they're being watched. They don't know by what. They also don't know what happened to Sickle because they have yet to find any sign of this young Dragonborn. Now all of the elders and a contingent of their best crafters and companions are on the camp, ready for the next adventure.
Very good. Thank you very much. Awesome. Thank you for that, Steve. Appreciate that. And again, thank you again from all of us for all of the quests that you've run. It is an incredible amount of work. And it is a fun but thankless job. So I just want to do a huge thank you to him and to the other Smith Guardians for running these quests and being involved and managing this incredible community. Because again, we couldn't do it without you guys. All right. Are you guys ready to enter the mists? All right. I see smiles everywhere. Let's hope that doesn't turn into frowns soon. You guys are currently at base camp. It is cold on the mountain, very cold. As of late, especially the last couple of days, there's a sense of peril. You've made a number of quests up the mountain to find out exactly what has been terrorizing the mountainside. And you have come to some conclusions on your own as to what that might be. Through your struggles with the hags and some of the other creatures on the mountainside, you came to own 4 different orbs. 3, a slight white, milky color, a 4th, slight blue. Not quite sure exactly what they do, what purpose they serve, but very obviously spread apart for whatever reason. Found in a variety of different places. You all find yourselves again at base camp in possession of these orbs. Who again has possession? I know Ludari, you have 2. You have 1. Which one of the white ones?
I'll have one of the white ones.
Okay. Elder Jardani?
I have one of the white and one of the blue.
Okay.
And I have the last white one.
And you have the last white one. Okay, great. What do you all do? And at this point, I saw Waddleby's eyes go wide. It's so great. What do you do?
Tamazar pulls out from his satchel a set of documents to make some more notes on these orbs, noting that the one is a particular color that's different. Imagine that came from the Hag's cavern.
Okay, and as you take those notes, what are you trying to discern? Are you just recording exactly what those look like at the moment? Or is there something specific that you are attempting to kind of put together?
Based on Tamazar's documenter background, he's looking for any type of signs or signals or any kind of pattern to what is ever happening to the orbs, whether it's the amount of times they flash in a repetition, anything that's determine something to help in deciphering the intent and purpose of the orbs.
Right. Give me an Arcana check.
Sure thing. That'd be a 17.
Okay. While you're doing this, are you investigating the actual orbs, or are you what is the method in which you are investigating them? I mean, obviously they're in the possession of other elders. Are you bringing them together to do that? What's your intention?
Yes, I would in our normal routine, I would ask the other elders to sit with me as we sit there and go over what their observations of the orbs are, as well as any observations I'm seeing.
And is there an elder tent at base camp?
Yes.
Okay, so I imagine the elders would be gathered right now, the orbs kind of on a table, and you're all kind of brought in. As you're all called in, the bunch of you come together, pull out the orbs, you place them on the table. They are ice cold to the touch. Again, 3 of them white, 1 blue. 2 of the white ones are there. Wattleby, you said you had one of the white ones. Is that right?
Yes.
Wattleby is the last to join the gathering. And as she places the white orb on the table, the one with the light blue tinge starts to turn to light red. And begins to just slightly shift. And you notice that, Steve, before anybody else does.
Curious. I draw the attention. I pointed out to the rest of the elders.
Yeah. And it's a very kind of light red, very, very subtle, just as subtle as it was blue. In fact, if you were to just look at these orbs kind of in the open, you'd think that they were all kind of white, but this one has a slight reddish tinge, which it didn't have before.
Is it supposed to do that?
I'll take the orb because I was one with the blue. So if it's the one that turned the blue one that turned red, I'll try to move it back a little bit farther away and see if there's any change.
Yeah. So it seems as though you kind of walk it back a foot. You walk it back a little further. You do notice though, when you do pick it up, it has a slight warmth to it, where it was ice cold before, almost like ceramic. Sorry. That's what happens when your dad calls in the middle of your D&D game, because he obviously doesn't know that you're streaming.
Hi, Dad.
Hilarious. Anyways, yeah, so as you gather that ice-cold sphere, you do notice that it is slightly warmer than it was before. You move it back a foot, you move it back 2 feet, you move to the back of the tent, and it doesn't change back to blue at this point.
Well, whatever happened, it's activated.
So I'll bring it back and put it closer to the others and see if there's any change.
Are the others still cold to the touch?
The others are still cold to the touch. Jardine,
This one seems to have warmed.
Can you give me a perception check, please?
Absolutely. Doing the D&D Beyond roll.
Beyond.
Well, maybe doing the D&D Beyond roll. If the dice will land, that will be an 18.
Okay. With an 18, you absolutely feel that this orb has a weight to it. Almost like there is an unseen force that pulls it in a particular direction. It's ever so slight, but you can feel it when it's in the palm of your hand. Thank you, Julian.
It seems to have warmed, and now seems to be guiding somewhere. Perhaps we should follow and investigate?
Seem prudent. We still have many questions. We have more questions than answers at this point, and head office will definitely want to know everything we can find.
Especially after all those diamonds you used.
Head office doesn't need to know about those.
Well, I mean, it's the best.
If I hear it, I have to log it, so shh.
I certainly think this is time now to take this fight to whatever is attacking us. We have been on the back foot for far too long. It is now we must take the most proactive action.
One caution I will give is it seems lately I've been feeling that we're being watched, so perhaps these orbs are also allowing us to be seen by others.
You too? I haven't been able to shake that feeling for hours now.
Ever since we arrived in base camp, it seems.
I don't like it. Well, we have some powerful people with us to help, so...
Shall we forge forward?
See if everyone else is ready to go?
Okay. You exit the tent and you start to kind of collect your camps and the members of your camp. You have found that even though you've all come back to kind of together to Camp Ghakis, that, you know, that camaraderie and that skill set that you built from spending all of that time in your specific camps across Barovia has actually kind of heightened your ability to kind of fight together and understand each other. And there is an implicit understanding of combat. And so you have found that kind of working as a group has benefited you over the last number of days, and especially within the quests leading up the mountain. Who is holding the red orb at this point?
Jardani.
Jardani, okay. As you exit the tent, you can absolutely feel it weighted up the mountain towards kind of the direction that you've already pulled some of those quests up the side of the mountain.
It appears we're headed up the mountain. The pull is toward that direction.
Okay.
Shall we arrange in our strike teams as we had discussed?
This sounds like a good plan, brother. It does not surprise me it pulls up the mountain, but we must be wary of what we will find there.
Agreed.
Okay. As you start to gather your things, I just like everybody to take note of what you are taking with you and what you are not. If you're leaving things at base camp, we just need to know what it is, whether it be your packs, your bedrolls, or if you're taking everything with you. Just take note on our system, and we can go from there. But just remember that you are leaving on a quest. You don't necessarily know how long it'll take, and so pack accordingly based on that information. You all gather and you start up the mountain. I'd like to know a marching order for each of the squads, please.
Obviously, with Jardani having the orb leading the way, but obviously I think due to the certain skill sets of Clan Barba Negra, we will move to the front. And if Elder Wattleby will take it, she is quite welcome to ride upon Elder Barba Negra's shoulders. Keep her out of the snow.
Clan Gorilla is relatively skilled in stealth, so we can probably scout ahead.
Okay. So Barba Negra is kind of leading the main pack at the front. Guarl is going to take point. How far ahead do you want to scout?
Probably not too far in advance, maybe 30 feet or more.
Learning a lesson from our regular stream, are you?
Yes, we are. Yes, indeed. As well as a certain episode with one of Julian's quests.
Yeah.
We want to stay within at least a round or two of backup.
Okay, so how far? Sorry.
Let's call it. We'll call it 30 feet.
30 feet. Okay. Okay. Then Barb is after that. Who's next?
We'll go, Ladari will go next.
Okay. After that.
I think Tamazar will probably take up the rear because I imagine Wallaby is going to stick close because of the ride that Barba Negra's offered.
Okay, so Waddleby will be in between Barba Negra and Ludari?
Yes. And then Tamazar will bring up the rear.
Okay. Okay, perfect. All right. Guarl, I would like you, please, to make a survival check as you head up the mountain, please. Now, for that, I think Jardani, you can make a check on behalf of the full clan.
Can do. That will be a 18.
Okay. All right. You start at the side of the mountain, and as is typical for the mountain, you do get the sense now over the last couple of days that you are hearing more wildlife than you were used to hearing on the mountainside. You travel up a ways, and about an hour into your travel, you do definitely sense that this feeling, and this goes across all of you, and it hits Guarl first, but you definitely get the sense of being watched more and more as you climb the mountain. As you get further ahead, you get past where you basically the farthest that you've gone. So the farthest that the last quest took you up that mountain, within a number of hours, you start to surpass that. Steve, was there an indication of how far and how up the mountain they had traveled from a time perspective?
Coming from base camp or coming from
base camp?
Base camp. They're probably, the last cave was maybe about a half a mile from base camp for the Hag Coven. They're almost they're over 2 miles up the mountain from the main camp.
Okay, so we're looking about a half, I'd say probably an hour given the rough terrain. So it takes about an hour or so to get up to the point where they're past, from base camp to the point where they're past kind of the final for this quest.
A little bit longer because we've been going with the rules from Rime of the Frost Maiden for climbing a mountain. Roughly a quarter mile if everyone's wearing snowshoes.
Okay.
An hour.
Okay. All right. So a couple hours, I'd say.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be accurate.
All right. So a couple hours up into your trek, you finally, like I said, start to open up terrain that you have not been through before. What was the survival check again, Giordani?
18, sir.
Okay. With an 18, you absolutely start to catch some tracks. It's rare, but you do see large tracks again. And you've seen these tracks on the mountain before. And you can't quite tell because the snowfall is constant and consistent that these large tracks, you can basically only see the remnants of them. It happened maybe days ago. You're not quite sure based on snowfall, but you see at least one set of large tracks. And I'm talking, 2 to 3 feet wide, long. But they look humanoid. You also find large wolf tracks that you can see. These are more constant and more recent, but they're definitely apparent.
Having run into the winter wolves before, is it possible to identify those tracks as winter wolf tracks?
Nature check, please.
Absolutely. That will be a 13.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. These are very clearly winter wolf tracks.
So I'll signal Barba Negra behind me and point out the tracks indicating the large, and then using our Prestata signals, let him know that we're facing winter wolves as well.
Okay.
We'll pass that message back down the line. Obviously, I'll whisper it quietly to what will be on my shoulder. Might just take a little wander up because we were on the mission where we discovered that we found giant footprints. So I'm going to go see if they're the same footprints that we've seen before.
Sorry, say that one more time.
So we're going to move up to the front and just see if they're the same footprints as we've seen before.
The large ones?
Yeah.
Give me a nature check. Actually, give me a survival check.
It is a 10.
It's apparent. They're not as clear as they were before, but they're absolutely the prints you've seen before. And you do notice that they are, I'd say, more concentrated here than they were further down the mountain.
It starts to become clear, brother. This is what we have been looking for.
I think we need to proceed expeditiously, especially if we have that sense we're being watched. The faster we get up, perhaps the more opportunity we have to let them come unprepared.
Something tells me the element of surprise might not be an option today.
More than likely not.
But great! Giants and wolves! Yeah. Should be fine.
Probably worthwhile passing the message back down the line to everybody to be prepared. That's obviously pass the message down what we've seen and also to be prepared for combat.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Great. You all feel the wind continue to chill. It gets colder and colder as you approach the peak to the mountain. You travel another mile and a half, 2 miles, and as you travel, Giordani, you absolutely get the sense and the feeling that the orb continues to warm more and more as you head up the mountain. And as you get closer to its potential destination, to the place where you believe it's leading you to, that weight and that gravity tugs even further, even stronger. And with every step that you take, and maybe it's not noticeable for every step, but at least every half mile that you take, you notice that pull being more and more compelling in the direction that you're going.
Okay. Again, pass the word along the line about the nearness as the weight gets heavier. It appears we're coming closer.
You
Maybe
find... Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say maybe we'll find some answers.
You finally reach what you believe may be your destination. At a, I'd say, 200-foot distance, up above, you see a cavernous opening in the side of the mountain. A large cave that stretches probably 30 feet high and about 20 feet across. And it's got... It looks like it's rough hewn out of the rock. It looks natural for the most part, but it's very large. You do see that out in front of it are what appear to be man-made pillars that exist out front. You do see that the rock is perilous here. There is a layer of frost over everything, and the wind out in front of this, you can hear it sweeping across this cavernous opening, and darkness from within. At this point, the orb is warm enough. It's not hot, but it's warm enough that you can feel it through your cold weather gloves, Jardani.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, as you approach, what do you want to do?
I'm going to call the party to a halt, and then we'll get our skirmish line possibly set up to prepare to approach.
Okay.
Did you say the cave entrance is 200 feet above us?
It's sorry, I said a couple hundred feet ahead. So you can see, you've kind of come to a bit of a plateau, and you can see that about 200 feet ahead, you see this massive cavern entrance in the distance. It's dotted on either side by some trees, evergreens, and then there are 4 pillars out front of it with ice hanging from them, and the whole area is coated quite heavily in snow.
And I'll pass on to everyone. The orb has grown extremely heavy and is growing even warmer. I can feel it through my gloves. I think we've arrived at our destination. I think this is where we are being led.
Maybe perchance, brother, some of your more stealthy members should have a little check around first.
Looking around, what is the cover like for movement closer without being observed?
Yeah, survival check.
That is going to be a 14.
Okay. Yeah, with a 14, the trees are obvious cover. And kind of on either side of this cave entrance, there's quite a few trees on either side. You think that would probably be the best. There's also a rock face. So the rock face that it's out of basically stretches, I'd say at least 100 feet to each side, and then straight up until it continues up to the peak. And you imagine you're probably at least, I'd say 10 to 20 miles from the peak still. Not 10 to 20 miles, sorry. 100 to 200 feet to the peak of this specific peak of the mountain. And you imagine that kind of approaching it from the side with the cover of the mountain, using some of the trees as cover would probably make the most sense.
And myself and Elros from my clan are very skilled at stealth, so we'll go ahead and try to scout ahead.
Okay. And which direction are you approaching from?
Let's go with the eastern side.
Okay. All right.
Does it look like I could also stealth around the western side? Is there enough trees over there as well to do that?
You can absolutely try.
I'm going to ask my clan to stay here with the group, and I'm going to also sneak around to the west.
Okay. I'm going to get the 2 of you, please, to make... the 3 of you, please, to make stealth checks.
26.
Ludari, remind me race and class.
Drow Rogue.
Okay.
And Jason Elros was a female drow rogue also.
Yep.
And
then,
Jardani is a human paladin.
Perfect. All right. As you approach, you come within, I'd say about 100 feet. As you both kind of start to sneak up the side. And as you do, you absolutely notice Actually, give me a perception check, please, the three of you.
$18.
Okay.
That is going to be a 18 for Elros as well. And it's going to be a 22 for Jordani.
Okay, wow. Well done. With an 18, Ludari, you, within, I'd say 100 feet of this cave entrance, you get a stench that is quite overpowering. And even with the wind and the cold, the smell of death is quite overwhelming, even at this distance. Like something large has passed. With a 22 at 100 feet, you also get the sense of death and the smell of death. At this point, the orb is getting, I'd say, hot. Not too hot to hold, especially through your glove, but it's getting quite hot. And as you approach this entrance, you see that the cave entrance goes maybe, I'd say about 15 feet until it comes to a solid door in the cave entrance. Just grabbing something real quick. Go ahead. Carry on.
While the people are stealthing, I just look to the Vistani around me and I say, prepare your aid spells, people. I have a feeling if there is to be a fight, it might be soon.
Okay. All right.
On that note, we should all spread out and take up defensible positions around the perimeter of this entrance just to be on the safe side.
Yep. I go over to my little squad.
I shall gather my clan around me. I shall hold out my hand, and Kutrimyo will appear in my hand, and it will start to glow red.
So if anyone has any aid spells or anything like that they want to do, you can let us know now.
And you folks can speak up in chat at this point if there's anything specific you want to cast or prepare.
Valinor, Andre, is there anything you wish to do?
I'll ready my short bow, and I'll stay at ranged for now, but I can rush in if needed.
Excellent, Nepot. Excellent.
Zelda casted guidance on herself, and she's readying her short bow.
Okay. All right. How far in do you want to get Ludari first?
How wide is that entrance again? I know you said it was about 30 feet tall. How wide is it?
20 feet wide.
20 feet?
Yeah.
Wide. And so I'm at a pretty close distance to Elros and Jordani right on the other side, correct?
Yes. And you can see that there is a massive door. As you kind of approach, again, about 15 feet in, you see there's a massive door that takes up basically the entirety of the cave entrance.
Okay. So obviously as we're looking at the door, if we start heading in towards it, I also want to be looking for traps and make sure we don't trip or trigger anything as we're walking in.
Okay.
But I want to walk about 8 or 10 feet in. I don't want to quite get right up next to the door yet.
Okay. Investigation check.
Let's see. 9 plus 7, 16.
Okay. With a 16, you manage to kind of get up fairly close, not really noticing any sort of traps up to this point. In fact, it seems pretty quiet. And not any obvious peril, actually, except for this impending smell of death. And at this point, that feeling of being watched is almost anxiety-inducing. It has grown to a point where you feel like you're constantly looking behind your back and over your shoulder, as if something was right at your shoulder. Jardani and Elros, how close do you want to be?
I'll cover him with my longbow while he's doing the investigation.
Okay.
And Elros is also going to ready her short bow.
Okay, sorry, Elros, how close do you want to get?
I'll let her...
To that door, yep.
Right next to the elders, like the two elders.
Okay. Okay. So you basically are on the other side, across from Ludari.
Yeah, with Jardani on that next.
And then, Jardani, you want to stay a little ways back with your bow? Is that okay? Right here?
Would probably move up closer to where Elros is if they're moving forward to go in and investigate the door area. I want to be in a position to cover Ludari, but yeah, just as long as I can provide cover fire.
Yeah, so you see Ludari here.
Okay.
This is Elros over here.
Okay.
And this is yourself.
Very good. Yeah, that's good cover.
So you're about 20 feet or whatever it is from this door, and obviously this is the door entrance here.
Perfect.
Okay. Perfect. Did you all give me stealth checks?
We rolled them. I don't think you asked for them yet.
26. Very good.
Elros had a 17, excuse me, and I had a 25.
Okay. Okay. All right. You get right up to the door. You're all just around the corner from the door. You can see it kind of around one of the pillars. No action and no apparent danger at this point. What do you do?
Can we hear anything from the door?
You do
or
not.
Behind it?
Yeah, you do not at this point.
Is other than the smell of death, is there any other smell that would be identifiable?
I would say no. Other than the smells of the mountainside, the evergreen trees, that very distinct smell of biting cold, and snowfall, and ancient rock. No, but the smell of death is almost more. It's greater and more overpowering than anything else in this area.
I'll try to signal Ludari and suggest maybe that we go back to relay the information to the other team members.
Okay.
Read my mind.
All right, you all circle back.
Yes.
Very good.
Yeah.
What did you find?
There is a large door approximately 15 feet in from the entrances there of the carved out structure of the cave.
The smell of death is everywhere, and it's very overpowering.
That's a good sign.
And you can all smell it at that 200 feet. You can all smell it kind of now wafting with the wind every once in a while.
Oh, yep, there it is. I thought it was just Elder Barb. Wow.
Look, just because I now have a hairier face than before, it does not mean I have fleas or anything.
Presence of being watched is very strong there too.
Oh, you noticed that too?
Yes, definitely.
Almost overwhelming.
Did you see anything unique about the door? Was there anything special with it?
Big.
I like big.
Door.
Big door. Okay.
Big door.
Guess there's only one way to go.
I would suggest. Yeah, I would suggest that as we move, we not clump together and try to spread out ourselves just in case of any attack.
Okay.
Should we go back up and position ourselves since we're sneaky and then have them come up, or no?
I think at this point, stealth for the scouting is good, but I don't know if we can cover this many people
and
move quietly.
Besides,
Although if we went back and got into place, if the doors did open, we would maybe get a surprise attack on whatever comes out.
That sounds like a good tactic.
That's what I was trying to say, yes.
could they tell if the door opens in or out?
There are no apparent hinges on the outside.
Okay.
Which would probably mean it goes in.
So do you guys want to try to hide on the side and have somebody open it from a distance, maybe? With a blasty blast?
Or a mage hand?
Or a mage hand? Can anyone do mage hand? See Valmore rubbing together.
We may not want to open up with a blasty blast.
Yeah.
Southos.
Just in case.
Southos, my man with the mage hand.
Tamazar would like to scan the area around the sides of this at a distance because there was those tracks we were seeing. And do we see, and not sure if there's any tracks leading into the cave, but I just want to scan the surrounding area in case anything is to the side or behind.
Right. Are you trying to gauge tracks up like closer to the door from your position?
Yes, we
Okay.
saw the tracks.
Yep.
Well, nobody was saying they followed the tracks, but if they've been so prevalent, based on what you said earlier, Tamazar would just want to see to make sure that the tracks are actually leading this way or not, or what the amount of traffic is.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay. From this distance, I'd say survival check with disadvantage, please. At a 200-foot distance, to see tracks may be a bit tough.
Okay. No, even in okay. Yep.
I mean, if you're looking in your own area, about 200 feet from the door, then don't apply that disadvantage. If you're trying to kind of gauge closer to where the door is, then that will.
No, I'm trying to gauge just as far as we're all kind of clumped together.
Right. Okay. Then
just up to the cave entrance.
Yep. Straight survival.
Okay. That will be an 18.
Okay. Yeah, with an 18, you definitely see more of the Winter Wolf tracks more recently, and you still see the larger tracks, but again, not as prevalent, as if they've kind of filled in from the falling snow over the last day or so. But they haven't been. There's no fresh tracks from today that you imagine.
Okay. I'll relay that to the other elders as they're discussing. It's like these tracks we've been seeing don't appear to be very prevalent around here. So do we want to be looking at this door, or do we want to figure out where the tracks are? Just wanted to make sure where we don't get sidetracked and put ourselves in a compromised position.
The ages of the tracks, but they still lead to the door, do they not?
Jay, do they still lead into the cave, or just kind of like passing by?
They lead towards the cave at this point. You're too far from the door to see where tracks come and go from the door.
Okay.
From the initial scout, when we were up close to the door, would we have noted whether those tracks would be going in?
You didn't specifically say that you were kind of looking at tracks.
Okay.
You were looking for for traps and such. But Ludar, you what did you roll? You rolled really high, didn't you, on your investigation?
Was it 18 or 19? I don't remember which.
Yeah, with an 18 or 19, those tracks were still prevalent, and it seemed like they were coming and going from the door. But again, not recent. Not within the last day.
Okay. I'll relay, as Tamazar is discussing the tracks, I'll relay what I've seen. And it doesn't look like there's anything recent.
You've also noticed, actually, coming back and forth, that there are the trees that are kind of like halfway to the top of the trees out in front of the door. Some of them have broken, and quite high. You imagine even, 30 to 40 feet high. Some of them have been snapped and broken on the edges that kind of face the trail leading up to the door.
There be giants here.
I think we need to move forward and go in. It looks like the tracks are going in, so we're going to find our answers inside, not out here.
Yep.
Understood.
Just before we go in, Elder Cityfar will actually send his familiar pole, the owl, up into the air. Just do a quick circle around to make sure there's nothing in the immediate vicinity before we start focusing on the cave.
Okay, perception check.
It's going to be... That's not a roll in that channel. That is a 23.
Okay. Nothing more than I basically have set up to this point.
Cool.
You do notice the tracks coming in and out. You do notice the branches that have been broken that face kind of the trail leading up, but that's pretty much it. You do notice that as your owl kind of swoops out in front of the door and just above the cave entrance, that the doors look solid, made of some sort of iron or something not native to the mountainside. These doors were put here, obviously, specifically and purposefully as a security measure.
We must proceed with caution. These doors may be there to keep something in or keep something out.
Doors in a cave are typically for either purpose, so it's not a bad thought.
So move forward again. Elros and I doing the east side again.
Okay. All right.
And I'll do the west again.
Okay. And are you taking your full squads with you?
Yes.
Okay. And so the two. So Ludari's going left. Guarl's going right.
Correct.
Okay. And where are the rest? What are the rest of the squads doing?
Tamazar's squad is going to stay back and at the entrance of the cave before kind of looking out from their behind, as well as being able to react in case anything comes up to the entrance to the cave.
Okay. How far back? Sorry.
Probably about 60 feet from the door, if that's right. Is the door is inside the cave or at the entrance to the cave?
This is the door. It's about, and this is kind of the edge of the cave. So it's about 15 feet.
15 feet.
From the
All
edge.
right, about where that broken column is on your game mat then.
At the base?
That's it.
Okay. And Tamazar is the squad with two dwarves, correct?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
Yep. Two dwarves, a tiefling, and a half-elf.
Yep. Okay. And sorry, Ludari, your squad has who in it?
We have a trick question. We have a barbarian halfling female. We have a female variant human bard and a male dragonborn paladin.
Got it. And you are all heading up the left, correct?
Correct.
Back to where you were before?
Yep.
Okay. Barba Negra, what are you doing?
We shall come in on the opposite side of that snow blob. There is the Weirbear hybrids. Yes, please, yeah.
On this side?
Yeah, please, yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
Spawn. In addition to that, there is also the female half-orc
I have you
paladin.
guys. Yeah, I got you guys.
Cool.
It's cool.
Yeah, sweet.
We're
Thank
using
you.
werewolf miniatures right now because I couldn't find my werebear.
That's fine.
And finally, Waddleby.
That's more appropriate anyway.
We are going to be staying somewhat near the center as we have the only two clerics.
Okay, so I'm going to put you kind of in the center here in the back.
Everyone protect your clerics.
Okay. All right, you are all gathered out in front of this. And again, the feeling and the sense of being watched is quite powerful out front of this door. You do feel almost like somebody is at your shoulder, watching you kind of on a fairly consistent basis. Also, that smell of death isn't enough to, at this point, hinder you in any way, but it is to the point where you put your scarf over your face, not just from the cold, but because of the smell. What would you do?
Shall we move forward and open the doors and rush in, or are we going to try to stealth in?
Those big doors, I don't know how we're going to stealth in. Anybody's
Yeah,
gonna see
agree.
that. But maybe everybody in the back can ready a bow or an attack so that once we do open the doors, maybe we get some shots off if they see
you go.
something.
And Salthos has the
So-
mage hand if we want it. What's the range on the mage hand?
Salthos, you're muted.
I think he's looking it up still.
Yeah, it's like 60 foot. It can only really carry like 5 pounds of weight, though, so it's not going to be super effective with a giant door, but I can certainly try.
Okay.
Good man.
Right now, I'd like Jardani and Ludari to make investigation checks, please.
Dirty 20.
13 for me.
Okay. With a dirty 20, at the distance that you are, you have dark vision, Ludari, correct?
120 feet.
Yeah, okay. As a drow rogue, right?
Yes.
Okay. As you kind of peer around the side of the last column, you do notice that within the door is fairly caked with ice and snow. And so at the distance that you were before, you didn't quite catch it, but now you absolutely notice that there isn't any discernible handle on the door. There isn't any discernible key lock. What you do notice, though, is 3 concentric circles in the door. 2 on either side on each one of the doors, so it's a set of double doors. Not dumble doors, very different. Double doors. 1 on each side, and then 1 in the middle. And there's an indentation, almost like a half circle within the doors.
So does it look like the size of the orbs?
Absolutely does.
Okay.
Is
Go ahead,
is
John.
the red orb pulling stronger toward the door?
Yeah, so when you backed off to talk to them, it cooled down. As you pulled further, again, that gravity is pulling it towards the area. And you don't know if it's pulling you to the door or beyond the door, but it's definitely pulling you in that direction. And it is hot to the touch.
And you said there's 3 locations in the doors?
Yes.
So I'll look at our Jardani, who's across from me, and I'll hold up the orb and I'll point at the doors.
Give the thumbs up and do the same signal to Wattleby, who has one of the other white ones.
So I'll ask Wattleby to come hand it to me
Can you put
quietly.
me down, please? I need to go to the door.
Elder Barbenegger will reach up and lift her down to the ground.
Thank you.
Okay, and sorry, what'll be race and class again?
Wow, what am I? Halfling sorcerer.
Right. Okay.
Get all nervous when the DM asks me questions.
Okay, so you are up by Jardani. Are you 3 approaching the door?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Stealth checks from the 3 of you, please.
Oh, good. I'm so stealthy. Oh.
Oh, God. 19 for me.
17 for Jardani.
4.
4?
Were you singing again?
As the 3 of you approach the door, Wattleby, you're kind of running with the orb out in front of you, and quite joyful, and you kind of slip up on some snow, and the orb tumbles from your hand, and it goes dink, dink, dink across the stone, and basically rolls and goes ching against the door. And it kind of echoes through the cavern, cavern opening.
Ow! Sorry, guys.
Domino's. I want to order a pizza.
I'm gonna look around. Is there any sense of movement or anything as a result of that?
Perception check,
thing?
please, for you and Ludari.
Didn't hear nothing.
That will be
11.
a 26 for Jardani.
With a 26, you hear a very distinct
I'm going to try to
door.
I'm going to try to quickly pick up the orb as it clanged against the door and use my white one and the white one that was dropped by Wattleby and see if I can fit them into the door and then signal for Ludari to do the same, try to open it quickly.
Where do you place the first two? Which divots?
How's the...
Left, right, and center.
Left, right, and center.
Left,
Is
right,
it lined?
Yeah. Left, right, and then center is just a bit above, almost like a triangle.
Okay, so like a triangle. Okay, so do the first in the top, and then mine on the lower right where I would be, and then.
And are you putting the red one in there?
No, I'm holding the red to the side.
Okay, so you're putting the 3 white ones in.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So as you place the top one, it switches to a red color. And you have also noticed now that it is a bright, more vibrant red, almost like it has a glow at this point. And looking at the red one that you have in your hand, not only has it gotten hot to the touch, to the point where you couldn't hold it without a glove, this one it is glowing at the same intensity now. Almost like the one that you just placed in triggered the one that you have in your possession. You place the left one next. It glows red, and then the next one glows red, and each one that you put in, they almost level up in red glow in intensity as you place the 3 in. As you place the 3 in, you hear and the doors begin to slowly open in. I'm going to give you an opportunity to do one action before we move on.
Well, I want to look in, and what do we see?
Okay.
I'll ready my longbow, Jason.
Okay. Do all 3 of you have dark vision?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually...
Wattleby as halfling does not.
William cast a spell upon Barbanegra, Wattleby, and Andre Ulrich, so we all now have Eyes of the Night, so she does have night vision currently.
Okay. Very nice. Sorry, I'm fixing a Dwarven Forge door. Dwarven Forge.
Yay, Dwarven.
Jardani has Goggles of Night, so he does have dark vision to 60 feet.
Okay. All right, so as you peer into this open cavern, you see, as I shift the camera here.
Was the action for everybody?
Yes. If anybody else would like to take an action, take it as well.
Anybody from my clan got anything you want to do? What you got, Salthos?
You guys can speak up, too.
Yeah, I would. Sorry, I would go ahead and activate my blade song as a bonus action just to get that going.
Okay.
I'll ready my short bow, and I'll ready short bow.
Okay.
I'm going to ready a firebolt.
Okay. What are the triggers on these readies?
If something comes out of the doors that's hostile, I will release.
Okay.
Damn.
Now, these doors are much larger than my little Dwarven Forge door here, so I'm just going to take that out. Okay. As you kind of peer through the door, and you can see that the doorway's there. I'm going to put you folks a little further in here. You see a vast cavern. At the very far end, the first thing you notice is a smaller door, a human-sized door. This door is similar construction to the one that you just came through, yet it gleams with a gold sort of color. To the left, you also see another set of doors. These seem to be of less sturdy make. It looks like a mix of wood and metal and steel. And you very distinctly see piles of bones in various areas within this cavern. I would like you guys to make a... did I give you guys perception checks yet looking into here?
Not into the main cavern, no. And Jason, just as an aside, Elros also asked to move up and ready a short bow, so she's going to be up with Jardani.
Okay. All right. Give me perception checks, please.
18.
Okay.
For Jardani is a 22.
Okay.
16.
Okay.
8.
Okay.
Elros had an 8.
All right. At this point, you see on either side, kind of to the just out of the view of the cavern, when these doors opened up, the waft of death was almost overpowering. It almost knocked you back, as if the doors was stifling, or were stifling a lot of the smell that it emanates from this cavern. To either side, you see the silhouette in gray because of dark vision, almost in grayscale, 2 large, hulking humanoid creatures who currently sway side to side. Can I get a nature check for the 4 of you, please?
Nat 20 plus 1, 21.
Very nice.
4.
4 again.
Ice jail.
Dice jail.
The only dice that I brought.
Mine's a 10.
Okay. We have one last one, right?
Yep.
Elros?
I got a nat 1.
Oh no.
Okay. Elros, this smell is so bad that you are currently unable to focus on anything within this room. And you're almost like blinded by that smell so much that you have to turn your face away, and you kind of cover your face at the risk of yakking. I'd like you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Roll for tossing cookies.
13.
13. You just managed to choke back your Vistani wine from just earlier in the day, but it's pretty bad, to the point where, again, you are not good to anybody, at least for this turn. The rest of you look in and you see, and with that natural 20, you absolutely notice what appears to be, and what you've heard of, and you haven't necessarily ever seen them, giants. These giants have pale blue skin and stand, you imagine, some 30 to 40 feet tall. And they stand and they sway. What you notice about these specific giants is that they don't seem, I don't want to say sentient, but they don't seem as aware as a living creature typically would. You see that there are areas of its skin that are rotting away. You see gaps in some of its skin and its musculature that show bone. There is blood, but it's caked. It isn't fresh. And you imagine that the stench of death that you sense is from these creatures. You also see that there are pinpricks of blue glowing energy that emanate from their eye sockets. That is the first thing you see. Aside from that, you hear almost like a gnashing and a chewing sound. And as you look down, you see large, snow white wolves that stand flanking these large, which you imagine are frost giants. One of them actually currently ripping at the flesh of the leg of one of these large humanoid creatures. And it's just gnawing at it as the creature just stands there and it sways. As the doors open, the one on the left, you can see it had already started to take a step forward. and it is a little closer than the other was to the door, as it's flanked by those two wolves. I would like you all at this point to roll initiative.
Ah! Okay, did we go over how we're doing initiative?
Yes, so we're doing it squad-based. So I'd like you guys to roll initiative as your elders. That's just easier, instead of doing averages. So first is Barba Negra.
Okay, that is going to sadly be a bit of a slow one. That is a 12.
12, not so bad. Could be worse.
So with a -1 on it.
Waddleby.
5. Making an improvement.
Was that 5?
Yeah.
Oh, you get the sad trombone. You guys can't hear Sirenscape on the stream, but people at home can.
Yeah, we did.
We heard it.
Oh, you heard it? Perfect.
Yeah, it was loud enough.
Ludari?
That was awesome.
16 plus 8, so 24.
24. Okay. Guarl?
That'll be a nat 20 plus 3 for 23.
Ooh. And Tamazar?
18.
18?
Yes, 18.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. First up is Ludari.
Yes, and so
in this case, just to remind you guys, we are doing squad-based combat. So you move as a squad, you attack as a squad, you give me damage as a squad that you're rolling while it's not your initiative step within your chats. If you want to do special movements or separate from your squad or do anything that's outside of the typical turnaround, then you can do that at that time as well. But we're trying to just kind of speed things up a little bit here.
Okay, and since this is the first one, we're a little bit slow in getting things done. How far are we from the big guy?
Absolutely. So the one that's closer to you, you are currently, specifically, 25 feet from the closest undead zombie frost giant. And your squad is not yet by you. So if they want to take this kind of first turn movement to get to you, they'd get around the corner and they'd be able to get to you within their movement.
Okay. So they're going to do that. We have one that's doing fairy fire.
Yeah.
Probably on the big frost giant. I'm going to go in to the big frost giant and hit an attack with my short swords. Plus, with Assassinate, it means I have advantage on the attack rolls against any creature that hasn't taken an action in combat.
Okay.
And I rolled a nat 20 for the first attack. And so, let's see. Normally, I would have this already done for you, Jason, but that's...
No worries.
24, that's 35, 45, 48. So that's 49 damage on the first attack. The fairy fire is a dex save of 14.
Okay, and that is on that, obviously, that one.
Correct.
Okay. That is a fail.
Okay. Villiers, do you want to read fairy fire? For those that don't know.
Yes. Each object in a 20-foot cube within range is outlined in a violet light. Any creature in the area when the spell is cast is also outlined in light if it fails a dex saving throw. For the duration, objects and unaffected creatures shed dim light in a 10-foot radius. Any attack roll against an affected creature or object has advantage if they can see it. And the affected creature or object can't benefit from being invisible.
Perfect. All right. So
it may have gotten those other two wolves then too.
Well,
right, if they were right next to it.
Sorry, the frost giant is a huge creature, which takes up a 20-foot radius. So, or 20-foot diameter, I should say. So they would, no. It would just be the frost giant. So this frost giant becomes, and you see it from where you are, and it casts a dull violet glow in a little bit of area around this frost giant as it is lit up.
Okay. So the other 2 actions are I had one more sword attack, and that was a 19 to hit for 9 damage. We also had a hand crossbow 22 to hit of 6 damage. And Garviel's doing bonus action Shield of Faith, and he's finishing his whatever he's typing now. So I don't know his last movement.
Perfect. Okay. And your squad is currently with you at kind of the doorway. Can you give me full damage then?
Yeah.
Inflicted?
What was the... I'm assuming all 3 of them hit them?
It was an armor class. Sorry, what were all the attacks? Sorry?
Nat 20, 22, and an 18, I think?
Yes.
Okay. 62 and a 16 hits?
Yes.
62, so 66 points of damage.
Woo! And this creature begins to kind of get pelted with these... And as its body moves, but it seems to not necessarily feel pain, but chunks of undead flesh start to rain off of this creature as it is pelted by your attacks. That is all for Ludari.
I'm going to do a disengage and then back up the rest of my movement, just so I'm not sitting under his foot.
Okay, yeah, right. So you're going to disengage to where back to?
Bonus action, just 10 feet or 10 feet back towards the door.
Okay. Okay, you are still quite a ways into the room. All right. Guarl, you're up, and Tam, you're on deck.
So just waiting for the damage here. So it's going to be 2 longbow attacks for Jardani, 1 shortbow attack from Elros.
Yep.
And that will be with her rogue sneak.
Yep.
So it's going to be, she's rolling the sneak now.
What I'll do is I'll tell you armor class at this point. I typically don't do that, but then that saves you saying, do they hit?
Roger that.
So armor class right now is 15 for the Frost Giant. Are you hitting the same Frost Giant that Ludari just attacked? With all these attacks?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and focus fire for this round.
Okay. All right. So you can just give me full damage based on 15 attacks.
Absolutely. 15, so that everything's going to hit.
Okay.
And that is going to be a total of 30 points of damage.
Woo! Very nice. Again, chunks of flesh begin to rain off this large creature as they kind of slop and they fall and make these horrible kind of squishing and thud sounds on the ground around it. As you can see it kind of starting to lunge to charge. All right, Tam, you're up.
Alrighty.
And you guys are currently kind of back from the door, still by this pillar.
All right, we're gonna move up so we can get some visuals.
Okay.
I need to be within 120 feet.
So anywhere in this area would be enough. So right behind kind of where Ludari is. You can't really see it now, but this area here.
All right.
Jason, quick question. Yep. Sorry, Steve. Quick question. Is it possible for Clan Gorilla to at least go around the door to open up space for others to come in?
Yeah, so friendly units can move through friendly units. So you can stay where you are and still allow people to move. Unless you want to do that for defensive purposes or whatever. You can use the rest of your movement to do that.
That's fine.
Guarl, you're still missing your cleric, so I'll bring your cleric up.
Actually, he didn't join today, Jason.
Okay.
So it's just myself and Elros for my clan.
Cool. All right. Yourself and a halfling, correct?
Drow rogue.
Sorry. Drow rogue. Those got mixed up. Got it. There are 2 halflings. One is a barbarian, correct? And that barbarian is with Ludari?
Yes.
And then the other halfling is in which squad?
Wattleby.
What do we at the back?
I am the little halfling in the back.
Right. Oh, that's why you were up front. Haha. You are still there. Okay. So you're currently with Jardani and Elros.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Sorry. So you do want to move back a little bit, Guarl?
I'll move forward into
the room.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
whereabouts?
Next round we can try to move into melee. We'll go support Ludari.
Okay. So you just kind of want to move up here.
Yeah.
Kind of center room.
I don't know if Waddleby wants to join, but yeah, the two of us will. Yeah.
Yeah, Waddleby, where do you want to go?
I'm waiting for my squad.
Okay. All right. Tamazar.
All right, my squad is 2 dwarves, a tiefling, and a half-elf.
Yep.
They're going to move up as well to get within 120 feet.
Yeah, you guys are.
Siri, the half-elf, she wants to cast Call Lightning. It's a 60-foot range. Want to center it on one of the giants and wolves. I don't think we can get, unless we can catch all of them and not hit friendlies.
What's the...
It's a 60-foot radius, 120-foot range.
60-foot radius will hit. Yeah, we'll definitely hit the 2 wolves and the... Well, it depends. Whichever giant you want to hit, plus it's 2 wolves.
Okay, so just so I'm understanding, we can only hit 1 giant and wolves. We can't hit more than that.
Right, 1 giant and 2 wolves you can hit. You just have to choose which giant.
Let's focus in on the one that actually we wouldn't know which one was. Would we know which one has been attacked so far?
You can see arrows sticking out of it and gashes.
All right, then that's the one we'll center it on.
Okay.
It's a DC 13 dex save for each of them.
Okay.
And
okay, both Winterwolves pass. The Frost Giant failed.
All right, on it's 20 points of damage on the failed save, 10 points of damage on each of the wolves.
Okay, nicely done.
All right, next up we have Darren, who's casting a firebolt. It hit for 5 fire damage.
Okay.
Next we have Valmore, who is casting Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
2 shots. What you said? What was the DC for the
15?
15?
Yep.
All right, so both hit. It's 9 points of force damage total for both blasts.
Okay.
Tamazar is going to shoot with his crossbow. And he's going to invoke his Divine Strike, which will add an additional D8 of damage. Right. Apologize.
It's okay.
So that'd be 16 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And that will complete Tamazar.
Okay. How much damage is that in all?
Frost Giant would take...
just from you.
Oh, just from me?
Yeah.
Mine was 15 points of damage. Piercing. On the Frost Giant.
Okay. How would you like to finish this Frost Giant, Scoop?
What?
Focus fire.
It's focus fire. Probably put the shot probably in the, I guess it's somewhere in the brain cavity, because zombies, you want to destroy the brain.
Yep.
Most effective way. So that would be where the shot is aimed and connects.
And that is an arrow?
Yes.
Okay.
That is a crossbow bolt.
All right. As it's being pelted with all of these attacks, it opens its gaping mouth, which is now kind of hanging from the left hinge off to the side, and the arrow enters its mouth cavity, and you hear a sickening crunch as it and black brackish undead blood begins to kind of ooze, because it's no longer wet enough to bleed. As it falls to its knees and it falls forward, I am going to roll a direction for that.
Oh boy.
And we're going to find out. It is going to, oh no. It is going to fall towards Ludari.
Oh no!
Alright, like a dexterity saving throw, please.
Luckily, it's
Go, Ludari!
25.
Woo! 25 is enough as you sidestep the zombie frost giant as it falls between you and Jardani and Salros. Okay. Well done. At this point, the other frost giant, who is still, I want to say fresh, but that would be not necessarily accurate, turns towards you and lets out a sound as it is going to target Ludari. I would like you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Uh-oh, I'm not as good at these. Uh-oh, that's a fail. I got a 4.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I'm passing on my 4 curse.
You take 35 points of cold damage.
Oh, ouch.
As the eyes within its skull begin to burn bright blue hot. And as they do, they meet yours. And Jardani, you can see Ludari's eyes kind of flash blue for a moment, and you were currently also paralyzed, Ludari, for this turn until the end of your next turn. Okay?
Are we?
Yeah, I'd say. All right. Sorry, one sec. Barba Negra, you are up.
Okay, my clan teammates would like to move up to the doorway, please. We have some range attacks prepared.
Okay, so
we're going to make it this turn.
What range do you need? Because right now, moving up to the doorway, you're going to have a hard time getting a clear shot.
Yep.
Of anything, just because of the position of kind of where everything is at.
Yep.
So what range do you need here?
So I've got 120. We've got something with firing a short bow, which should be in range. I've got a javelin, which might struggle a little bit.
Okay, so I can get you within like 70 feet of the other frost giant. Is that close enough?
Cool. Is that going to be close enough for you, Val?
I think that was a thumbs up.
It's within range, but I've got to do it at disadvantage.
Okay, so just around that corner, you're in behind. You're in behind, but you're at about a 70-foot range, so just keep that in mind. Of the 2 winter wolves and that other frost giant.
Cool. Okay. We were rolling based on attacking giants. So now we can see a giant. That will be 1 attack hit from Andre, so that's 10 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
There's 10 points of magical fire damage from myself as firebolts.
Okay.
And unfortunately, Val missed.
Okay. All right. Nicely done. Okay. And that is it for Barba Negra?
That is it for us, yep.
Okay. All right. The first winter wolf is going to attack. The werewolf on the left is going to attack Ludari, who is currently paralyzed.
Oh no.
The other winter wolf is going to attack Jardani. The other winter wolf is going to attack Salros. The other winter wolf is going to run in and also attack Salros in the back here. Folks, hold on to your hats.
You mean Elros?
Sorry, Elros, not Salros. Yeah, Elros.
No worries.
Let me just grab my 15-foot cone marker here. Actually, that last wolf is not going to attack. It's actually going to use its cold breath. Within 15 feet, so that's there. Okay, so the first one's going to attack Ludari. It's going to be a bite. What's your armor class? It has advantage
15.
because, that was almost a natural 20 and it rolled to 16.
Ooh.
You are so lucky, my friend. What's your armor class?
15.
Yeah.
Still hits.
Yeah, I imagine a 22 hits.
Yeah.
That's 10 points of piercing damage.
Oh, so, well, I guess I can tell you because the cat's out of the bag now, I'm immune to piercing damage.
Okay. In your humanoid form, or only in your?
Yep. It says you get the immunities for all forms.
You're immune to piercing damage. Very good. You are lucky. I would like you to make a DC. A strength saving throw, though, please.
Even though I'm paralyzed, I can. Oh, well, that's a nat 1, so.
Okay, you're knocked prone.
Nope.
Yeah.
Now I know why you wanted those forms or those minis, Jason.
Yeah, you would fail immediately. And this wolf just basically sticks its teeth into you and just tumbles you onto the ground as you all see it, Ludari, get charged by this wolf. The second wolf is going to attack Jardani. That is a natural 20. I'm sorry I'm using my dice for my stream, but I thought it would only be fair.
No, we'll take it. We'll take it.
That is going to be 12 points of piercing damage. And a strength saving throw, please.
All right, I can do that. Strength saving throw is going to be a 15.
That is enough. As you manage to hold it back and strong arm it so you are not knocked prone. The other one exhales a blast of freezing wind in both of your direction. I'd like you guys to make dexterity saving throws, please. That's Elros and Jardani.
Copy that. That is going to be a 9, unfortunately.
15.
Okay, 15 passes, 9 fails, and the two of you, right? Okay.
Correct.
You are going to take 18 cold damage for the first one, for the fail, and half as much, so 9 for the success.
Got it.
Okay, and Waddleby's up.
Okay, so my clan is somewhat behind me, so I'm going to wait for them to run up. I can't see how far behind me they are.
They're quite far, so they'd have to take a dash to catch up to you. Do we want to do that?
What's the range on Sacred Flame, guys?
I can look it up for you.
I've got it right here. 60 feet. Can they get within 60 feet of them without taking a dash action?
60 feet of who? I just need to know
which
creature.
Wolf.
The frost giant or the wolf?
The wolf in the middle there.
This one here?
Yes.
Sorry, you can't see that one, can you? Oh yeah, I guess you can on that.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, 60 feet of that?
Yes.
So they could be in this back corner behind the other squad if you wanted.
Yeah, just getting them in as close as possible within that movement to be able to shoot off a couple sacred flames.
Okay.
So I need that wolf to make 2 dex saving throws.
Okay.
One is DC 13 and one is DC 14.
One is DC 13. Pass.
Okay.
DC 14. Pass.
Okay, so I guess they take no damage then.
That is unfortunate.
Okay, and Southos and Waddleby also miss on their turns, so we're just doing solid this turn.
Ludari, your squad is up. And Warl's on deck.
Copy that.
I can't hear you, Ludari. I think you're muted.
I am. Sorry about that.
No problem.
So obviously I'm not doing anything. However, Vilya is going to use the short bow against the wolf. Was that a nat 20 or a dirty 20, Vilya? All you said was 20.
Dirty 20, sorry.
Okay, dirty 20, and that was for 5 against the wolf.
5 points of damage against which wolf?
The one that attacked me.
Okay, so she would have to sidestep a little bit. So we'll just put them behind Waddleby there.
Yeah.
The one that attacked you, that's 5 points, okay. Got it?
Yeah, and then Garviel is actually moving up next to me.
Garviel is Dragonborn or Bard?
Dragonborn.
Okay.
He had two attacks.
Yep.
The lowest was a 17 to hit. I don't think we got what the AC was for the wolf yet.
The AC is 13.
Okay, so there's 18 points of damage from Garviel.
Nice.
And Zelda is runs up, jumps. Zelda, you describe what you're going to do. This is something special. I'm turning it to you.
All right. She wants to run up, and she's gonna jump up on the giant's head, and then, before she even does that, she's going to rage. And she's going reckless rage.
What does that sound like when she rages? I just want to understand.
You just want me to do the voice? All right. So, she sees Elder Ludari get attacked and fall down and paralyzed, and she just starts to rage, and all of a sudden, in her little halfling voice, she goes,
That's good.
And she runs up, jumps off the frost giant's head that was just knocked down, and then takes her claws that she just grew because she's Path of the Beast, like Wolverine claws, and she's gonna jump on top of the wolf.
Yep.
And dagger claws right into the back, like on the top, like in its neck, and kind of try to ride it.
Okay.
And I got an 18 for a dex check.
That's great. Okay. Sorry, and you got an 18 for what, sorry?
For a dex check to jump.
The acrobatics? I'd say that is a absolute pass. And then you roll your attack? Or if you already have done that?
Yeah, I hit both. Let me go back and find it. 22 to hit for the first one for 6 damage, and 13 to hit for 6 damage as well.
Nice, 12 points, very good.
That's it.
Okay. All right, very nice. And at
I
this
am no
point,
longer paralyzed.
And you are no longer paralyzed at the end of your turn. That is correct. And currently, you can see that the wolf is blood is starting to pour out of a variety of wounds, and it's starting to soak its white fur. Is that all of Ludari?
That is all of Ludari.
Okay. Guarl, you're up, and Tamazar, you're on deck.
All right. Elros and I are both going to engage the wolf that attempted to attack me.
Okay.
And we've got 11, 16, 24. Both of us hit with all attacks. And with Elrose's sneak and my double attack, we've got 40 points of damage for the wolf.
Woo. Just so you know, I told you the armor class for the wolf is 13?
13, yes, sir.
Okay. And that is wolf, the second wolf. Okay. 13? Sorry, what was that damage?
40 points.
Woo! Jeez, very nice. Same thing. This wolf is quite bloody at this point.
That will be our turn.
Okay. Tamazar, you are up.
Alrighty. Where is everything? I can't see the board too well. Okay.
Okay. So you've got dead frost giant here. I'm gonna back it off just a bit so you can see better. Winter wolf 1, A, B, C, and D, and frost giant in the back.
All right. First off, we're gonna do a call lightning on C or B and C.
Okay.
They look to be about 5 feet apart, roughly.
Yep.
All right. Call lightning down on them. They both need to make their dex save, DC 13. If they fail, they get a full 22 points of lightning damage.
First passed, second failed.
All right, so it's 11 points on the fail or on the pass.
For which one?
Whichever one passed the saving throw will take 11 points of lightning damage.
Yep.
The one that failed the saving throw will take 22 points of lightning damage.
Okay.
All right. Valmore and Darren are going to target the frost giant in the back.
Okay.
With their attacks, it's going to be Firebolt and Eldritch Blast.
Yep.
Looks like all three hit for a total of.
Sorry, what were the two? Eldritch Blast and what?
2 Eldritch Blasts and a Firebolt.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So that's 15, 16, 18 points of damage total. 3 of which is fire damage.
Okay.
Which leaves Tamazar's. Which is a miss.
Okay.
All right.
Is that your turn?
Yep, that completes our turn.
Okay. The second frost giant. It is going to charge. And you can tell that these frost giants move more agile than you've seen most undead move. They move almost with the ferocity of a living creature. As it comes up behind Jardani, towering over behind you, sidestepping one of its wolf companions, and it is going to attack with its great axe. That is a 29. Jardani?
That's going to hit. Absolutely will hit.
11. 36 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
As its great axe comes down directly on top of your shoulder, kind of crushing one of your shoulders under its weight. It is then going to bring its axe down on Elros again. That is a natural 1. As Elros sidesteps the axe, and its axe gets embedded deep into the rock surface at its feet. And currently what appears to be stuck. You lucky duck. See what I did there? Barbanegra, you are up.
Okie dokie, so assuming the giant's now moved into place, we're just quickly redoing some rolls to make sure we can do that. So Valinor is going to move in and is going to attack with a longsword, and he's going to do a 23 to hit.
Valinor is, sorry, race and class for Valinor?
Is the human paladin. Sorry, half-orc paladin.
Half-orc paladin.
Okay, and move in to attack the giant?
Yep. For a total of 12 points of damage, and that is 6 points silvered slashing.
Not
enough
movement. You are currently about 10 feet short.
Cool, okay. Val, can you quickly give me a re-roll onto a javelin if you want to throw something? Andre has fired a bow and has missed with the first shot and also missed with the second shot. Barbanegra is able to move up 40 feet in his hybrid form, so he's going to go for the giant as well. And he's going to go for an attack with his Warhammer, which is going to be a 10 to hit, which will miss. And he's then going to bite the hamstring. And that is a miss as well, unfortunately.
Okay.
And he's going to do his action surge and quickly go again. So that's a 12 points of silver bludgeoning damage from his Warhammer. And the bite is 8 points damage.
So how much in total?
It's 20 points damage in total.
Got it. Okay. That is Barbanegra's turn?
That is it complete, yeah, thank you.
Okay, no problem. The wolf is going to attempt to... It's going to attempt to kind of bite backwards and shake you off, Zelda. It is what's your armor class there?
18.
That is not enough. As it, kind of starts to shake and try and bite you, I'd like you to give me a acrobatics check, I guess, to try and kind of stay on top of this wolf.
18.
That is enough. As you grab deep into its fur and kind of manage to basically ride the wolf like a bucking bronco. The next wolf is going to attack Jardani again. That's probably not going to be enough with an 11.
No, 11 misses.
Okay. The third wolf is going to attack Elros. Wow, I am not rolling well now. That's a 15, though.
I miss. I have
Miss.
16.
Woo! And the final wolf is going... The final wolf.
Woof, woof.
It's going to attempt... It's going to come around this way, and it's going to blow its cold breath again at you, and this should hit Elder Barb and Jardani. And you can tell as it exhales this cold breath, its eyes again glow this really bright blue. It opens its mouth and lets out this gout of cold energy, and it basically goes right through the frost giant zombie's leg, and kind of freezes its skin, and its skin kind of cracks and peel off, but it doesn't seem to be bothered by the cold damage that occurs from this cold blast of cold breath. I'd like you folks to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Yeah, Elder Barbanegra is not the fastest one in the box. That's only a 3.
Okay.
15 for Jardani.
Okay, both of you take 18 points of cold. You know what? I'm going to roll it instead of taking the average. Because why not? $22 points of cold damage.
Okay.
Welcome to Barovia.
Nice tropical place, they said. Not so much.
Yeah. Luckily, you are not paralyzed with this effect. It really sucks. Next up is Waddleby, and Ludari is on deck.
Okay, so Salthos, the elf wizard, has a movement speed of 40.
Okay.
And he wants to run up to the wolf that Zelda is attacking.
Yep.
And he hits and does 9 psychic damage with his Shadow Blade.
Okay.
And the rest of us are going to move in and just try to not be all clumped together.
Okay.
And move off to the right a bit.
Okay, so that leaves 3 of you, correct?
Yes.
Now, you can't really get to the right into the room because the wolf is blocking the path.
Don't want to do that.
But you can stand, they can meet you where you are kind of in the entrance, and that's probably the closest you want to get. Or you can get without engaging one of the enemies.
Okay.
Right in the doorway there.
So as they run up...
Like right in here, basically.
Okay. As they run up, I fire a firebolt, and it melts into a puddle and does nothing because I rolled a 1.
Okay.
And the other 2 guys...
Waddleby for the win!
And then on either side of me, a sacred flame goes on either side of my head from my other 2 guys. Dex 13 and Dex 14, please.
To what creature?
The same wolf. We're focusing fire.
Sorry, and which wolf is that?
The one Zelda is attacking.
Okay. What's the saving throw?
13 and 14 Dex.
Both passes.
Okay.
Do they take half damage?
No.
Okay. That is your turn?
Yep.
Okay, Ludari, you're up, and Guarl, you're on deck.
Okay. So first, Zelda is going to attack the wolf that she is sitting on top of.
Okay.
Nat 20 on the first and a 19, so total of 21 damage.
Ooh. That is exactly the amount of hit points it has left. Zelda, how would you like to finish this winter wolf?
All right, so as she's on the wolf, she reaches her arms down and she takes her claws and she decides to put both claws down and shoves them right through the eye holes.
Yes.
Stab him in the eye holes.
Exactly.
Very, very good. I like it. Okay. What else you got, Ludari?
So Velia is going to, I got to scroll and find it. Velia is going to use a short bow to attack another wolf for 4 points of piercing.
Which wolf?
Whichever wolf is looking the worst for wear.
Okay, I would say...
in her range.
All right. That would be the wolf that is attacking Jardani. So that is the Dragonborn, right?
No, that's Velia.
Sorry, who is it then?
Oh, sorry. Character sheets.
Human bard.
Human.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, female human bard.
Yes.
Okay.
As a bonus action, she's going to do Healing Word to heal Ludari for 6 points. Ludari's going to stand up, and he and Garviel are going to walk to the Frost Giant.
Okay.
And we're both going to attack, and there's, 8 and 11. 13 does not hit the Frost Giant, though, correct?
Sorry, 1 sec. 13 does not.
Yeah.
So 45 points of damage between the 2 attacks Ludari hits and the one that Garviel hits.
14?
45.
45. Holy cow. Okay.
We don't play around here.
Clearly. Okay.
46 of sneak damage goes a long way, Jason.
Yeah, no kidding. Guys don't mess around. Okay, that's Ludari?
That is Ludari's turn. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. All right, Gwirl, and then Tamazar.
So the wolf next to Alros and Jardani is still up, correct?
Correct. Well, both of them are, to the left and the right.
All right. Then Elros is going to attack the one that looks the most damaged.
That's the one that's in front of you.
Okay. So 9 points of piercing. If that takes it down,
it does not.
Then it does not. Then another 6 of piercing.
That does. How would Elros like to finish off that winter wolf?
I'll let her narrate it.
Eye holes.
Into the eye holes. I like it. And it
All right.
dies in front of you. Okay.
So Jardani, as a bonus action, is going to Hunter's Mark the Frost Giant.
Okay.
And then he is going to attack with his greatsword. And he's going to do 24 points of slashing damage.
Ooh.
And then with a Radiant Divine Smite Yell, he's going to do an additional 15 points of radiant damage.
Nicely done. How would you like to finish the second Frost Giant?
I would like to cleave his head clean off his shoulders.
Nice. So you basically take a step and you climb up its knee, you jump to the other knee, you grab its cuirass in the front, and with a swipe, you cleave kind of half through the head, and as it kind of tilts back, spraying black ichor all over you, its head kind of rips off the back and tumbles down, and it is going to fall. This should be interesting.
Does anybody have prestidigitation?
It falls backwards, and you are all safe.
Yay!
As it tumbles to the ground out in front of everyone. Okay, Tamazar, you're up.
All right, real quick. What's the state of the battlefield?
So currently you have 2 winter wolves up.
Okay.
This one and this one.
Okay. Darren would like to get within 10 feet of it. He has 25 feet of movement. Can he get there?
Darren is which character?
Darren is a dwarf barbarian.
Yep.
All right.
Which wolf? Sorry, the wolf that's closest to the door. That's the closest wolf to him.
Yeah, that's the whatever's closest that he can get to.
Okay, done.
So where he can get within 10 feet of it. He is going to rage.
Yep.
And Darren, do you want to narrate what happens when you rage?
Yes.
You're muted, buddy.
when Dan reaches, his eyes go bright yellow.
Yeah.
A fluffy 10-feet tail comes out of his back with very sharp spikes on it.
And with that, he is going to attack the wolf. Darren, go ahead and post those rolls. All right. It's going to be a dirty 20 to hit.
That's a hit.
For 14 points of damage.
Okay. Nicely done.
All right. Next up, we're going to do Valmore, who wants to move to where he's within 60 feet of the wolf.
Sorry, Valnor is which? You guys are all kind of mixed.
He's a tiefling warlock.
Yep. Okay.
As he gets within 60 feet, he's going to cast Toll the Dead.
Okay.
Wisdom saving throw, DC 14.
That's a fail.
Be 21 points of necrotic damage.
To the same one?
To the same one.
Okay.
And then last, we'll have Siri, who's going to, again, call lightning, but she's going to call lightning on the back wolf. DC 13 dex save.
Passes, natural 20.
Okay, then it's half damage, and the damage is 11 points of lightning damage.
Okay.
And Tamazar was going to shoot with his crossbow. He fired and he missed.
Okay.
So that's the end of Team Tamazar.
Okay. All right. Barb, you're up.
Cool, okay, so what have we got left? We've got the 2 wolves left?
Yes.
Cool, okay. Andre would like to move up to the nearest wolf, which is the human monk, male.
Okay.
Sidifar is going to move up probably to the furthest wolf, and if we can get Val, the half-orc paladin, up to that one as well, please.
Okay, so it's getting pretty crowded here. So I'll allow the monk to get in beside the wolf. Sorry, who's the next one?
So Valinor, the half-orc paladin, is going to try and move up to the further away wolf, if we can get to that.
Yep.
And Sidifar is going to join her on that wolf as well.
Okay. You all made it?
Yep, so we made it. So Val is going to tackle the longswords. That hits for 10 points of damage on that wolf at the back. So that's the half-orc paladin attacking.
Okay.
So that's 10 points of silver damage. I'm attacking with my warhammer, which hits and does 14 points of silver bludgeoning.
Yep.
And Andre on the wolf in front of him is going to hit twice for a total of 10 points damage, silver piercing.
Done. As blood begins to spray out of the wolf, staining its snow white fur.
And sorry, also Val is actually going to activate a Divine Smite as well for an additional points of 9 damage on that back wolf, please.
How would you like to finish off that black wolf?
Go for it, Val.
Chop its head off.
Nice. As its head cuts cleanly from its body and rolls onto the ground as the rest of its body falls limp to the stone floor. There's currently one wolf left. In an act of desperation, this wolf is going to spray its cold breath in the direction of the 3 of you. Oh. Timber. Trees falling. Monks falling. All right, cold breath. Here we go.
Oh, gosh.
I'd like you to make a dexterity saving throw. Actually, you know what? Hang on one sec. It does not recharge, so it cannot do that. So instead, it's going to bite at the Dragonborn Paladin.
Oh, no.
And that is not enough. That is going to be an 8. It misses as it clamps and snaps its jaws just shy of the Paladin. Waddleby, you're up. Ludar, you're on deck.
Okay, so I will fire off a firebolt, which I rolled a natural 20.
Da, 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 natural 20. Woo!
32 fire damage.
32 fire damage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very nice.
And then 2 more deck saves, a 13 and a 14.
Failed the first one, passed the second. Passed the first one, failed the second one.
Okay, so 12 radiant damage.
How does whoever cast that 12 radiant damage want to finish off the final Winter Wolf?
Let me check who did the 12 radiant damage. Which one? I think it was Osklar.
Yes.
Yes,
He just
Osklar.
looks at the wolf, points at its head, and it explodes.
As it explodes in a spray of red mist, covering everyone around you. And you are now currently out of initiative as the last wolf falls flat. Well done. You blew through those pretty easy. I am going to say action economy, as it is. You all now stand scattered around the cavern. To the left, as I said before, is a door, fairly secure, made of wood and steel. Across the way is another door made of solid metal that has a goldish kind of tint to it. In this room, most of the surface is covered by frost and ice just from the sheer cold and dampness of the cavern inside. What do you all do?
Move in and spread out of this little kill cluster we're in.
Okay, let's get you back into squads again. You guys can decide where you go. We'll start with Barbanegra. Where do you want to go?
Let's push forwards a little bit. Can we get the map up, please,
absolutely.
Julian? Cool. I'm going to move to that lesser left-hand door. And I shall wait for some of us to join me before we go plowing straight through.
I am going to count movement at this point, just because. And who are your companions?
So we've got the half-orc paladin.
Yep.
And the human monk, who's probably more back towards the doorway.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
Awesome, thank you.
And you guys are towards the door. You're not at the door yet. Actually, you can get to the door if you want, but that's a dash movement, so you're basically in front of the door at this point.
Awesome, thank you. Yep, we're waiting for this to join us.
Wattleby?
We will move off to the right. So halfling sorcerer, elf wizard, dwarf cleric, and human cleric.
Elf wizard. Elf wizard.
Dwarf cleric, human cleric.
Right. Okay. And where do you want to go?
Just kind of over near the door.
The door over here in the front?
Oh, sorry, the door on the right. Sorry, spread out a little bit.
This is the left. There's a door here, and then there's a door in front.
Okay, well then we'll go to the front door if you guys are okay with that.
Okay, so that is the distance that you can go with a dash. Ludari.
We're going to head towards that door straight ahead from us as well. Obviously, we don't want to open it yet. We just are heading in that direction.
Right.
And it's myself, it's the Dragonborn, variant human bard, and the halfling barbarian.
Yes. Sorry, let me find you here. Where are you? Oh, right here. Okay.
I'm stealthy. I'm hiding.
Okay, so you can make it pretty much close. Okay, sorry. Drow rogue.
Dragonborn.
Yep.
The halfling barbarian female and the female variant human bard.
Yes. Great. Perfect. Okay, and then Gwirl. It is you and who is the elf wizard with?
Me.
I believe it's Wattleby.
There was another elf wizard, wasn't there not?
Yeah, there's a half-elf druid with my team.
Druid, right, sorry. Okay, and your team is in the back. You guys can basically get into the doorway at this point and are kind of right there. With that,
that's pretty much our plan.
We are going to take a short break.
Woo!
You all can take a bio break. We'll be back, say, in 10 minutes. That is 10:20 Eastern time for me. But say about 10 minutes or so, and we'll be right back. Hey everyone, welcome back for our second half of Quest 9 of our Discord incredible role-playing extravaganza. I don't know what else to call it. It's just been awesome. You guys in the community basically plowed through 2 frost giants and 4 winter wolves in a very heroic session of combat, and we are back for part 2 of that. And you guys are now currently standing within the large cavern. Again, this cavern, it appears to be, the ceiling is some, I would say, 50 to 100 feet. 100 feet at its apex, and it's basically the inside of a natural cavern whose floor has been kind of edged out of rock, almost in a tile format. There is a large wooden door on the left, framed in steel. That is a double door. And then ahead of you, a large set of double golden tarnished doors. The inside of this cavern is layered with ice and frost, and you are currently surrounded by the fallen bodies of your enemies. What do you all do? You know kind of what position you're currently in. What do you do? I'm not hearing them right now, Julian. You need to unmute the channel. Sorry, guys. We're going to start that again. 9. There we go. You guys are back? Okay.
Can you hear us, Jason?
Yeah. Am I unmuted, Julian? And
no, you're good.
The Sirenscape is? Let's go back to break, and we'll come right back.
Try that one more time.
Hey everyone, welcome back. We are back from break for the second half of this incredible Discord community roleplay extravaganza. This is Quest 9 on the assault of Ghakis. On Ghakis, I should say, not of Ghakis. Ghakis is not assaulting the party, although that might happen before the end of the evening. I might drop a mountain on you. We'll see. You all know kind of the positions that you are within the room. You've all kind of moved and kind of placed yourselves. Again, to the left, Clan Barba Negra is in front of the wooden doors that are framed in a metallic frame. Ahead, you have a set of golden colored doors, which are very thick and seemingly very resilient. And this cavern at its apex is about 100 feet and then kind of falls to 50 feet. And then it is rough hewn out of rock, but the floor looks like it's been carved and made flat for the purposes of this cavern. So somewhat human created or human modified. I don't want to say human. Humanoid modified. What do you all do?
So I think real quickly before we do anything with the doors, just double checking the area of the kills. See if there's anything recoverable or usable from those.
Okay. Who you're doing a search, Giardini?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me sorry, Giardani, not Giardini. Giardini was a magician once that lived in Barovia, but only lasted about 2 days. The great
Poor
Giardini.
guy. No relation.
Yeah. Okay. Give me an investigation check, please.
That will be an 18.
Okay. With an 18, as you kind of search, obviously the undead frost giants, not much of value. They have the weapons that they had, their great axes, but the rest, there really isn't anything salvageable that you can find. Winter wolves, our wolves, have no need necessarily for anything valuable. But as you're searching one of the winter wolves, you can see that it had kind of fallen on the remains that existed within the area. And nobody else sees this but you currently. But you do find a set of red and black leather armor. And what you imagine is the remnants of green dragon scales, small scales, almost like lizard-like.
Recognizing that one of our old Vistani clan members, Sickle, was known to wear that type of armor and was a green dragonborn, I'll point that out to the other elders.
Do you do this secretly, or do you do it out in public?
I'm going to initially just let the elders know before we let the rest of the clan members know.
Okay. You guys can have an aside conversation at this point.
Yeah. Elders, I have found the remains of what appears to be Sickle. Do any of you know him well enough to make certain that this is him? All I find is armor and what looks to be the remains of Green Dragonborn.
Waddleby is immediately in tears. He was like my brother. Maybe I can double check. And I just turn around to see if Sari's watching us and try to like put myself between her and the armor. Yeah.
Perhaps now is not the time for us to make known this discovery. Perhaps later would be a better time.
Yeah. She needs to focus. We need to focus. Yeah. Here, can we just put it in somebody's bag?
Maybe we do not draw attention to it just yet. Maybe we wait till we leave this place and they move out first, and we will linger behind and then collect the bones and the armor. Let's not draw attention to this right now.
Well, at least we know.
Agreed.
Pleasure.
I'm gonna just take a second and like kind of close my eyes and put my hand on it and just I'm quiet for a second.
Okay.
Then I try to stand up and look really tall. Okay. All right. One of my guys, hang on, I need to review my thing. Wanted to, we want to look at if we can understand or like learn more about this chamber we're in, since it's clearly hewn and not natural.
Yeah.
And William, if you would like to.
Yeah, so as Vistani, trying to look around, trying to see if I can piece together anything historically. Got a nat 20, getting to a 21 on the history check.
Very nice. What race are you?
I'm a human.
Okay. You've been in Barovia. How long have you been in Barovia for as a character?
I was technically native Vistani, and then away for a few years studying in temples, and then back for almost a year now, I believe.
Okay. This looks old to you. With a natural 20, I would say you pinpoint it probably early Barovian. So at least 200 to 300 years old. This was built and hewn. And the architecture of these doors, you can tell, is quite kind of early Barovian. And you imagine, though, even with your natural 20, that it was built and excavated and the cave repurposed after, because you know that Strahd rose to power probably about 400 years ago with your history knowledge. He was turned about 400 years ago, and Barovia was created and enclosed by the mists and transported to a demiplane about 400 years ago. You imagine this is about 300 years old. 250 to 300 years old. That's what you glean.
Okay.
I'll relay that back. Where we are now is older than anything I've seen in Barovia for a long time. I'd say 200 to 300 years old, really repurposed at least one point in time, but certainly older than anything I've seen in my living days.
After hearing that, I want to look around and see if I see any of Strahd's markings on any of the doorways or anything else, because there's only a couple people old enough that have been around that long.
Okay. One sec. I would like you to make an investigation check, please.
And Jason, while he's doing that, I'm going to take a look at the orb, and then the orbs that were in the door.
Yep.
Were they stuck in the door?
They're currently still in the door, and they're still bright red.
And the heavier red one that I had, is it drawing still to a different area?
No, it has stopped now drawing. It still feels heavy, like there's weight beyond its actual mass, but you don't get any sense of direction at this point.
Is it still getting hotter?
No, it's still quite hot, but all of them are now as red and as hot as the rest.
Okay.
So investigation's dirty 20.
Okay. You start to kind of look at the doors. You start to kind of walk around. And the door to the left, as I said, is less remarkable. And it has a key hole in it. And looks like a standard heavy door. The other door, though, as you approach it, it has a bit of a thick layer of ice, almost 2 inches thick. Like it hasn't been opened in a very long time. Above the door, you can see that there is some sort of inscription, but there's such thick ice that even if you kind of wipe off the inscription, and this is a human-sized door. It's a regular kind of, 10-foot high, 15-foot high door, 10 feet wide, double doors, each door 5 feet in width. You see that there's an inscription under the ice that you can't quite make out.
I'm going to call over some of the elders or some of the people with fire magic to maybe melt some of the ice a bit. If we have any kind of druids with druid craft or
cantrips.
Anyone?
I do not have anything, but I'll call Sari over. Hey, Sari, I think we could use your help on this.
Okay. What did you need me to do?
Melt some ice. Looks like there's some writing on the wall up there that we can't quite see.
Druidcraft, or I do have produced flame.
Either one.
Either one, and I know Zelda also has produced flame, so if we need multiple castings of it, Jason.
Yeah, no, and it's a cantrip, right? Produce flame?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Sari, you kind of point your hands towards the inscription, and as you produce flame kind of out and above, you start to melt some of that ice as the water starts to trickle down the sides and down the front of the door. And you can see, again, this golden door beyond a 2-inch thick sheet of ice. And as you start to do that, you can see that there is basically like a golden plaque above, and it kind of, in a semicircle or an arc, is built above the doorway, and it has been heavily riveted on it. And inscribed and etched into this is an inscription. Sari, what languages do you speak?
Sylvan, Elvish, Gnomish, and Common.
Yeah, it is a language that you do not understand.
And
the letters and the glyphs of this alphabet look jagged and harsh.
Well, I pointed out to the elders and I said, well, I don't understand this. Maybe you guys would know, or somebody else might know what this says.
Tamazar can speak Celestial, Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, and Elvish.
You don't understand it either.
Jardani has Common, Giant, or Infernal.
Nope.
The only other one I have is Thieves' Cant, so I know that's not going to be.
Call everybody over. All right, folks. We need your brains.
Jason, I have Eyes of the Runekeeper as a Eldritch invocation. Will that allow me to read it?
Can you read the trait? Is it a trait or a spell?
It's a trait.
Yeah. Can you read it?
Yep. Give me 1 sec. Basically says you can read all writing.
Okay. Wow.
Clear.
As you look at it, you immediately recognize it as abyssal. And does anybody else understand abyssal?
I understand abyssal.
Okay. As you read it, sorry, say that again, Julian. Yeah. 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 Oh, okay. So you understand that. Okay, so what Julian's saying is with that ability, that you can understand that it's abyssal, but you don't necessarily can read what the writing says. But do you know abyssal as a language as well?
Yes, because I'm a tiefling.
Because you're a tiefling. So with your tiefling ability to understand abyssal and speak abyssal, you read an inscription that says, "For all eternity, my rival will remain entombed. Let this be a warning to all who threaten my realm."
Okay, so I share that with the group. I'm like, elders, this says that my rival will be forever entombed.
Anybody want to take a guess at who's rival?
What if it's Strahd's rival?
One would believe that would be something that would be caused in this land. Somebody with that power to entomb something would most likely be Strahd.
It would make sense that they were taking the orbs away from here and having so many things protecting here.
And this was built after his reign began.
Maybe perchance this is something that Strahd does not want released.
We should still be careful. We don't know how dangerous it is or whether it'll be on our side.
Very good points.
Should perhaps we check the other door before we broach this one?
Yep.
Yeah. Is it worth checking if there's a keyhole in the door? Is it worth checking the bodies and around the room first? Check, see whether there might be a key for it or some other stuff to be found.
Giordani, you didn't find any key.
No keys have been found. We have investigated the area.
Has anybody tried to see if it's locked?
I think Valnor wanted to, in the terms of himself, yeet the door.
It's a local folk word.
Give it a shot.
Why don't we check the other door first?
This is the one we're at. This is the one we're at.
This is the door on the left, right? This is
that's where Clan Barbenegger is.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Val has rolled a 16 for it to boot the door.
Okay. As Val kind of steps back and like basically straight kicks the door, it goes and remains closed. And you can tell it's a sturdy door.
Anybody bring lockpick tools? Elros?
I do.
Okay, Elros, would you like to attempt to pick the lock?
Sure.
Great.
I'm going to
You might.
first, though.
Yeah, you might want to check for traps.
Yes, okay, give me an investigation check, please.
That would be a 15.
Okay, with a 15, you seem to think that it is not trapped. It doesn't look trapped at all.
I'm sorry, Zelda wanted to guidance her. Speak up, Zelda.
For which one? The sleight of hand?
Yeah, which one? Okay, there you go.
Yeah, Sherry rolled the other one.
Okay, I'd like to know at this point who is in front of the door. We've got Elros here, who is right in front of it. Barbenegger, you were here in front already. I've just moved you off to the side a little bit.
Yeah, because we made room for Val to boot it.
Okay, right. And where's Val? Who's Val again? Sorry, which mini?
That's the half-orc paladin.
Half-orc paladin, got it. Okay, Val attempted to do that to no effect. And then Elros checked for traps, didn't find any. What do you do?
Val's going to step out the way, like well clear of the door, just in case.
Okay.
And
Elros?
as the other rogue, I'll make
Yep.
my way over there, but I'll just be off to the side and I'll wait and see if she needs assistance.
Okay.
For Zelda, what was the guidance for Elros?
She can add a 1d4 to her roll.
Okay.
For skills check.
So Elros add 1d4 to what you rolled in channel.
Okay, so that's a dexterity check, and you can add your proficiency modifier to it, please.
So that's going to be a dirty 20, yeah.
Dirty 20. As you start to kind of place your lockpicks in, you can tell this is a very advanced lock. But you think to yourself, I got this. And within a matter of minutes, you feel like you've beat it. And you can hear the tumblers slip out of the way and the bolt retract. What do you all do?
I'm going to step back.
Okay. Elros steps back.
I'm learning.
Done her job.
We have somebody with mage hand, don't we? Why don't we all step back?
Not to say that. Zelthos?
Okay.
Yes, I will happily cast Mage Hand from about 30 feet away and go ahead and try to grab onto any sort of handle that's on the door and either push or pull now that it's unlocked.
Okay, which mini again?
That is a wizard elf from Wattleby.
Got it. Okay, 30 feet away, you start to use your mage hand, which I used to have a little mini for. I don't know where that is right now. And it's you start to push, and you can feel the pressure of it, but it's just within its capabilities, and the right door opens up.
Woo!
And as the right door opens up, those with dark vision who happen to be kind of right in front of the door, that would be you, Ludari, and you, Elros, who can kind of see through there right now. You see the glint of metal scattered across the floor. In the back, you see what appears to be just through the crack in the door, the open door, kind of straight ahead. You see crates and barrels, a couple chests, and some boxes.
Elder Barber Negra will take out a small pebble off the floor and he'll cast light on it and he'll roll the pebble into the room.
Very nice. And as it rolls in, it illuminates the room. What's the radius on that light spell? 30?
It's not. It's a normal light spell. 2 seconds. It is 20 foot light in bright, and then a further 20 foot in dim.
So it illuminates the room, and as it does, your eyes are immediately drawn to piles of coins that are scattered in various piles across the room. You see the glint off steel. You see the glint off the locks and padlocks on chests. It appears that you've come across a treasure room.
Don't touch anything. It's probably all trapped.
What do you do?
Does anybody have detect magic?
It takes me a 10-minute ritual to cast, but I can cast it.
Let's do it.
Should we wait
So
for 10
if
minutes?
you'll give me 10 minutes, I'll go ahead and sit down and take out my magic wand and start tracing circles into the ground that are circumscript with, arcane, letters. And then 10 minutes later, boom, I have it for 10 minutes.
Nice.
Okay. Anything else that the rest of you want to do in the midst of all of this?
Well, I took quite a bit of damage, so I'm going to take 2 of my health potions and drink them. And my team happily gave me an extra one.
I'll do the same, take a couple potions, and then also lay on hands to recover some hit points.
Okay.
Thank you, Zelda, for the potion.
I used a couple during the break.
Okay. Anything else?
How long has it been since we entered the cave?
Yeah, not long. Since you entered the game from the beginning, from base camp?
From the cave.
From the cave. I'd say the extent of about 25 minutes to half an hour.
Okay.
At this point, as you've been searching, as you've been using Produce Flame, all of that sort of stuff, I would say.
And if I have like enhanced vision because of my detect magic, I'll be willing to go ahead and slowly enter the room and take a look around.
Okay. All right. As you enter the room, you start to kind of look around. You do sense a magical aura. And I just need to know where, Scoob.
In the Smith Guardian chat, I posted the list.
Got it. Here it is. Okay. As far as your detect magic, you kind of head in to the room, and you sense an aura around a number of different items. You sense an aura from one of the open crates in the back right. And as you kind of approach it, you can see that it's slightly ajar. And from inside, you see a number of scrolls. About 9 in all. You also, in another box, you see, or another crate, you see what appears to be a bunch of large bottles holding a reddish iridescent liquid. And you know that those are healing potions right off the top. You see a shield that glows with arcane power. You also see a ring as well that is on top of one of the barrels that also has an aura of arcane. And on the back, you see a basically like a weapon rack, and you see a sword that is glowing with an arcane aura as well.
Very nice. I'm not intending to move really too far into the room and grab anything, but I'd like to at least inform the elders that those items in particular do glow with an arcane aura. And then I'll probably retract back to the doorway and let everyone else decide what our plan is.
Okay.
At a later time, we can cast Identify for these items, I'm sure. But for now, perhaps it's best. We know where the horde is. If there's anything we can use, maybe pass it out to help our clans as we progress through the other areas. Who knows what other dangers we might face.
Sure. Let's say for the sake of brevity, you guys, I had to say it at least once tonight. I would say that you guys spend the next 20 minutes to half an hour to kind of carefully look through the room. You don't find any traps, amazingly enough. And you imagine that the security on the front door with the orbs and such was probably seemingly enough by the people who built this place that they felt that they didn't necessarily need to protect the inside of the treasure hoard. And I'll tell you what you have. Those that have the arcane ability will know that you have 2. You guys can write this down. Somebody write it down or whatever.
Got it.
2 scrolls of resurrection. 4 scrolls of revivify. 3 scrolls of reincarnation. 7 greater healing potions. A +1 shield. An adamantine armor in the form of a chain shirt. A ring, which you don't necessarily know what it does yet without spending some time with it. A +1 magical sword.
What type of sword, Jason?
It's a long sword.
Long? Okay.
And then a bunch of treasure. And I'll just tell you for the sake of it, you wouldn't be able to necessarily count it in the time that you have, but brace yourselves. 3,200 gold, 9,000 silver, 700 copper, and 120 platinum.
We're rich! Oh my gosh.
Nice.
Did anybody bring the sleds with them?
Yeah. And at this point, you imagine it's going to take a decent amount of time to collect all of this in a way that you can cart it out of here. So,
right.
So I would suggest that you grab the items that you think you might need until you're ready to leave this place.
I think those that can use and secure the scrolls, we should probably pass those out. And then the advantages of the shield and sword should go to those that can use those weapons also. And adamantine chain, who could use that? Pass those quickly out so that we can move on to the next endeavor.
Okay, so, speak up, everybody. You can talk.
Well, I can use all of that armor, but obviously I've already got full plate, so there's not much point.
Okay.
Chain shirt would benefit whoever can use medium armor the best.
I can use the longsword.
I can use the shield to up a bit my AC.
Yeah.
Zelda would like the shield as well.
Well,
I'd like some scrolls.
I could hold on to one or two of those greater heals, so I can quickly get it around the battlefield if needed.
Okay.
I don't suppose there's a pearl in there, is there?
Did not hear anything about a pearl.
Any jewels or any gems?
Sorry. One moment, please.
No pressure.
No, you don't.
All right, cool.
But remember that scrolls can be cast without components, right? The components were used in the creation of the scroll. So the spell that is cast includes what is needed from a component perspective.
I would like to take the ring.
Who said that? My screen was off.
I would like to take the ring.
Valmore?
Might be safest wait until it's identified. Let's just be wary with that one.
True.
So, thinking of usage, +1 sword to Valinor as a paladin who then can add the smite. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Only if no one else wants it, obviously.
And then who else? Who said they could use a shield?
Zelda.
Zelda? So +1...
So Zelda Southus and then...
Okay.
Roll a d6 on it. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
4,
1,
5,
2,
6.
4. Yeah. So, you rolling, John?
Yep, just running it now. That is a... Right, before I say it, we're going to go 1, 2 is Zelda. 3, 2, 3, 4 is Dan. 5, 6 is Southus.
Got it.
And it was a 4 as a roll.
So Darren.
Did you say that the longsword did magical damage?
Yeah, it's a +1 longsword.
Yep.
All right.
All right. So that's those two. The adamantine chain. Who can use the medium? Anybody can wear medium armor?
Julia, can you use that? Or are you light?
Is that Oskler?
I can, but right now I'm running around with a +1 chainmail right now because of my blessing of the forge. So,
well, this is just a chain shirt, right? This isn't chain mail.
It's just chain shirt, correct?
Yeah,
So,
it's not better.
Is anybody then opposed if Jardani takes it? No nays? Okay. Then I will take the adamantine chain.
I think Giordani and Ludari should take a couple of the health potions since they drank theirs.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
I'll hold on to a couple of the scrolls because I'm pretty mobile because I got some spiffy new boots so I can jump really far.
I'll grab 2 of those Revivify scrolls.
Okay.
Same here.
Okay, so Oskler gets a couple Revivify scrolls. Going back to the list to look at it.
3 reincarnation scrolls, 2 resurrection scrolls.
I'll take them.
I say give those to Wattleby as the.
I was going to say, yeah.
And Tamazar can do them.
Yeah,
I
we're
agree.
going to need those.
Those clerics can.
We're going to need those if we need them. They can be just pooled.
Just for now, we can. Whoever can use them later can use them, but for now, just for transport.
Yeah,
And
that's
we'll
what
leave the coin and we'll
And then-
just leave the coin and come back and get it.
Leave the coin. We'll come back for it later. All right. Does that take care of everybody?
Think so.
Okay.
And
Will do.
Valmore took the ring, but is going to identify it later. Is that correct?
Well, let's see what it was cursing up first. Let's save him.
Right. We're not using
Right.
it. We're going to identify it first, but he's going to hold it.
I'll hold it.
Got it. All right. We're good.
Who got the shield again?
The shield went to Darren.
Okay.
All right. We're geared up, ready to go. Shall we tackle door number 2?
Ever so carefully.
Check for traps.
Okay, so you're checking for traps at the other door?
Yes.
Okay, I need to know where everybody is at this point.
Elros and Jordani will be at the door.
So will I. So will Ladari.
Because Elros has her thieving check for trap ability. Yes.
Okay. Is there anybody? No, so there's nobody left. Where's the rest of Ludari going to be?
Behind me, on that side behind me.
Sorry, Ludari is Dragonborn Paladin group, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. I was going to stand in front of the door holding a fire breath just in case there was enemies on the other side.
Who was that? Sorry, Dragonborn Paladin?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm giving guidance to whoever is checking.
Okay, that would be Elros.
Through 1d4.
Okay. Barba Negra, where do you want to be?
We'll go to the left of the doorway.
Like, so you can't see it, or so you can see through the door?
So we can see through the door.
Okay, so you'll basically be around here?
Yeah, sounds good.
That works. Okay, sorry, who is this? It's either a half-elf druid or the half-elf wizard. I think it's the half-elf druid, right?
That's
or that.
Yeah, I was actually by the door because I was reading the plaque.
Right.
So
Okay, so who are you with again? What?
I'm with Tamazar, but I was near the door reading the plaque with the elders.
Right. So okay, so Tamazar, then where do you want to be as a group?
Let's just keep us. I'd probably call Siri back, and we're gonna hang out toward the back of the cave, just in case we need to react.
Okay, so you are back here. That
Yep.
okay?
That looks good.
Okay, and sorry, so we do still have an elf with Tamazar. Who is the other elf? Wizard.
I believe
or
there's an elf with Wattaby.
Yep.
Right, that is where you go. Okay, and where do you want to be? Wattleby?
We will be somewhere back a little bit from the door, maybe within 30 feet of it or so. Yeah, that looks good.
Okay, all right. And the rest of, the bard and the other halfling are part of Ludari, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so you guys are right there. Okay. As you approach the door, again, there is still a 2-inch basically covering of ice over the actual door itself. You can see the gold kind of glinting behind it, but you can't make any real detail out of the door just yet. What do you do?
I think we'll need to melt the ice again then. I think Siri did it last time. Is there someone else also who could perhaps?
Zelda can.
Yeah, Zelda can also help. So, sorry,
Okay.
go ahead, Zelda.
And Zelda's with Ludari, or?
Okay,
Yeah.
so Zelda's gonna...
So she's already up.
Yeah, we're running out of room for people in front of the door. We've got 4 now in front of the door. So it's pretty full.
Zelda's a halfling. Does that make a difference?
Well, I guess she can step in front. Okay. All right.
And if I have to, I'll sidestep so that she can get through and...
No, that's fine. She can move through. She just can't occupy the same space. All right, so you start to produce flame. The door begins... not the door doesn't begin to. The ice begins to melt. and it reveals this beautiful, intricately designed door in front of you. This door has 4 different divots that are half circles embedded in it.
Oh.
4 orbs.
Turn around and go grab the balls.
Basically 2 above and 2 below.
Okay.
Well, I have the 1, so we'll recover we'll have to ask for the other 3 from the front door.
Yep.
Before we take those out, let's try and wedge the doors.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Okay, what do you want to use to do that?
Any rocks and debris, any sort of like lumps of rock and stuff we can get, trying to sort of block the doorways up.
How about
weigh
the
them down.
big
Giant
frost
bodies.
giant body?
Yeah.
Giant
Something
bodies.
So we can drag through it just to... I don't trust taking the orbs out and suddenly the door's closing on us.
Good point.
Okay, so you want to try and use the frost giant body within the door?
Yep, just wedge it open.
Okay, the weight of the frost giant body is going to take quite a bit of kind of ability and strength to drag it. It's huge, so it's going to take most of you, I would say, to kind of be able to pull.
There's at least 2 of us that are strength 19.
Okay, so can you give me, anybody who wants to help, if you guys can give me strength checks, please?
I would, but mine is a -1.
21.
I'll guidance anyone who needs it.
Okay.
That's mine up to a 15.
Okay.
I don't know if you got mine. 21.
Yep, 21, 15. Anybody else?
We've got Valnor's as a 16 and Andre's as a 15 as well.
Okay. All right, so you're rolling high enough that you manage to start to do that. But as you start to pull on certain parts of these zombie frost giants, you're actually like pulling like fingers off. You're like, oh man. And you keep going on. You like grab its kind of forearm and you start to pull, and almost like a sleeve, its skin starts to pull off as well. Finally, you manage to get enough. Sorry, Waddleby. Finally, you manage to get enough of a frost giant in between these doors as they're kind of open.
Awesome. Now we'll take the orbs out.
Now we'll recover the orbs.
Okay, you start to pull the orbs out of the door, and as you do, it starts to starts to close.
Wow. If they fall apart that easy, will they actually stop the doors?
And it starts to crunch, and you hear the snapping of old bones and the squishing of innards as the door does not close completely and is stopped by the frost giant currently smushed in the middle of it. It's probably open, about, I'd say, 2.5 feet sort of situation. So that you guys can kind of squeeze through.
If they can.
I'm fine.
we can throw you through.
Yeah.
We take the orbs back.
Bring the orbs. Yeah, bring the orbs back to the golden door.
Okay. All right. So you go over, and you do notice that there's the same indentations in the back of the front door that there are in the front of it. And so you imagine they'd take them out in the front, they'd kind of step through, and then to get out again, they'd place the orbs and it would open up for them to be able to leave. You get the orbs, you bring them to the other door. Who is placing the orbs in the door?
I'll do one.
I can do one.
Okay.
If there's one I can reach.
Yeah, you can reach one of the bottom ones. I'm assuming that Zelda wants to move out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Back with your party. Sorry, you're with Tamazar, Zelda?
Ludari.
You're with Ludari. Okay, so I'll put you back with Ludari. Oh, sorry. Who was the halfling that was right in front? Was that Waddleby?
That was Waddleby.
Okay.
No, that was...
Yeah,
Weren't you coming up with the orb?
Sorry,
Yeah,
I was thinking the produce flame was
flame.
Zelda, but I took her from Waddleby instead. Got it. Who else wants to place an orb?
Jardani.
Okay, and the fourth orb?
Barbanegra will do the fourth one.
Sorry, so that's Barbanegra?
Yep. I'll do the top
step
one.
back and ready my bow out of the way.
Okay, and Ludari, where do you want to be?
Oh, I was placing an orb. If not, I'll be to the side.
Oh yeah, sorry,
If they've already got all
Selros.
four.
Sorry, Selros is going to step back. That's right.
Yep.
And then Ludari gets
So it'll
in
be
place. Okay.
It'll be the 4 elders minus Tamazar, of course, and then
right
covered.
Right. Okay. All right. All right. As you start to place the orbs, can I get a order that you place these orbs in, please?
I want to go
Shall we
last.
I was going to say, shall we go top to bottom, left to right?
Yep, I'll do the top one first because I'll reach across with the height and put it in.
Okay, so I'll take the other. You're going to do top left. I'll do top right. And then Waddleby and Ludari.
Okay, so Jardani first?
Sure.
Okay. You go and you place the first, and again, these orbs are burning bright red and are hot to the touch. You place the first orb, and as you go to place it, it's almost like a magnet pulls it out of your hand and embeds it deep into its spot. Almost like it was magnetically pulled from your hand in order to do it. And it remains red in its place. Next is?
Barbanegra will go next with the top.
Yep, top right, same thing. Almost magnetically drawn to the door.
Waddleby reaches up on her toes, maximum arm extension, and stakes in the bottom left one.
Okay, bottom left, into the door.
And I asked them to step back about 5 feet just in case there's anything that goes off when I place this one, and then I'll place it in the bottom right.
Do you listen?
Yes, I rejoin my squad.
Yes. Yeah, I will back up. I will back up 5 feet.
5 feet. 5 feet. 5 feet. Okay. Ludari. You place the final one? Yes. Are you sure
Yes.
you sure you want to do that?
Yes.
Positive?
No, when you keep asking, but yes, it's got to be done, so we're going to do it.
Okay. As you place the final orb, it is sucked in, and immediately the orbs begin to basically go black. As the red glow begins to build cracks in the door, and the cracks begin to spider across the surface of the door, emanating from the orbs. And the door begins to vibrate and shake. Ludari and the 4 that were in front, that is Waddleby, sorry, and the other 3 that were in front, that's Waddleby, Jardani, and Barbanegra. I'd like you to make dexterity saving throws, please.
Oh, jeez.
I knew that was coming.
Dex save.
Yay. That's going to be an 11.
19 for Jardani.
Okay.
9.
Okay.
And 22.
Okay. Anybody under a 15 is going to take 12 points of bludgeoning damage as the door explodes outward and shatters in a multitude of pieces. Anybody who passed will take half that damage.
Okay. And Jason, I'm going to use evasion, which says when I am subject to an effect that allows me to make a dex saving throw to take only half damage, I instead take no damage if I succeed, and only half if I fail, so
Beautiful.
I don't take any.
Beautiful. All right. You all get hit by this blast. Everyone else around you sees it, and the doors no longer exist. Basically, there are shards of metal door scattered across the floor and embedded in some of your elders.
Ow.
As you look through the door and the dust and the smoke settles, you see a faint glow within the room. This faint glow, which is now kind of obscured by the smoke that has been caused by the explosion of the door, you see the silhouette of a skull. This skull, though, is much larger than you imagine it would be. Even larger than a giant skull. The skull measures approximately 10 feet tall and floats in the center of the room.
Oops.
As you look on, you see a large eye, lidless, or kind of begin to glow red. Immediately after that, other eyes around its head begin to come to life. As 10 different eyes who seemingly float around the head apparate. At this point, I would like to call our special guest this evening, Julian, to play our big bad for tonight.
Oh
no!
Really?
I have been told that I am easy on people. Tonight,
oh boy,
you'll be dealing with Julian.
It's been nice knowing you all.
It's been a pleasure, everyone.
Good adventure, guys.
Julian,
I'm
join
taking
us.
all of my scrolls and running to the back of the room.
You can certainly try.
That's why he gave us so many scrolls.
I'd like everybody to roll initiative.
Gardiel, how far is your breath weapon?
Remember, elders, you are rolling on behalf of your squad. You're good. No, camera one.
Yep.
First,
what if we don't want to roll that high?
Barba Negra.
With my low dexterity, we're back down to an 11 again.
Okay. Waddleby.
Natural 20.
Woo! So natural 20 with what? Do you have a bonus to that?
+1, 21.
Ludari?
Dirty 20, but can I roll with disadvantage?
Nope. Guarl?
18 plus 3, so 21.
And Tamazar.
Dirty 20.
Wow, you guys. Holy cow.
It's not going to
Can we retreat?
All right. As you look upon this creature, you hear it emit a deep laugh. And it acts as it was readying an action for that door to explode. Sir, what does it do?
Alrighty. So,
we need to switch.
The first thing that's going to happen is you see 3 eye stalks glow brighter and brighter and brighter, and they start to focus their vision. The first one is going to... Alright, Elder Jardani. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as this grayish black ray fires out from that eye stalk towards you.
Oh,
That's going to be an 18.
18. That is a success, actually.
Thank goodness.
So you watch as this ray ever so barely misses you as you step to the side. And it impacts on the ground, and you can see in that area there was like small pebbles that kind of got blasted away from the impact, and they blasted away, but they moved very slowly, and then they tumbled and landed. The next one is going to be at Sari. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me again.
$18. Did you hear me?
Sari is in.
No,
Oh,
Sari's
she's
not
not.
for the door. No.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's Waddleby.
Sorry.
Oh.
Waddleby. It's Waddleby needs to make the save.
Can I take her roll?
No.
Con save?
Yes, con save.
16?
16. You try to dodge to the side, but the blast impacts directly onto your chest. This blackish, sickening-looking impact hits your body and then spreads through. You take 40 points of necrotic damage. And the last ray is going to go for Elder Barba Negra.
Why, hello there.
Ooh. This one you see is this greenish black ray, and it blasts very brightly towards you. I need to make a dex saving throw, please.
Ruh-roh.
No.
16?
16. The blast impacts straight into your shoulder. You take 70 points of necrotic damage.
Seven.
Question.
Yep.
Is Val within 30 feet of it?
Which one's Val?
Where's Val was what? Sorry again.
What's your
The
class?
half-orc paladin.
Half-orc paladin.
Sorry, half-orc paladin.
Half-orc paladin. Where's half-orc paladin?
Was right next. I think I was right next to. Well, I
right
was
here,
in
right?
the Barba Negra group.
That's half-orcish. Oh, that's a dragonborn.
Here, right here. He's on the ground.
Then yes, you are within 30 feet.
Oh,
of
it?
Of it
No.
or of Barba Negra?
Of it.
No, you're not within 30 feet.
Actually, you know what? I had forgotten something on that too. Are they within 10 feet of Jardani?
Who?
Barba Negra or Wattleby?
Yes, they are both within 10 feet.
If they were within 10 feet, they can add 3 to their saving throws for aura of protection.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're both basically within 10 feet. So with the +3, then you guys both would have saved. So you take half damage then.
Half damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so add 35 back on again.
Actually, no. And then, sorry, Wallaby would take half damage. Barba Negra would take nothing.
Oh, okay.
All right. And then on, it will take its final action. Oh, there it is.
On your turn. It's a readied action, so you only attack.
It was a raid action
Yeah.
you gave? Okay.
Yeah.
Then that is all it's going to do on this turn.
I took 40 points, right?
20.
Half. So 40. Half of 40, so 20, yes.
Okay, just needed to make sure I was adding the right amount back on.
Let me know when we hit initiative count 20.
Right. Wattleby, you are up.
Okay. Well, my Salthos, my high elf wizard, is running in, starts Blade Song, so he's got a 40-foot movement speed, and casts Mirror Image, and runs in as close to it as he can get.
Into the doorway. Sorry, they took an action, is that right?
Blade Song.
I think it's a bonus action, isn't it?
Are they dashing or are they using an action?
Not dashing.
The action is mirror image, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically right in the doorway is as far as they can go?
Right here.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, I can move 40.
Oh, 40?
40, so another 5 feet.
10 feet.
Yeah.
Another 10.
10?
Yeah, that. Okay.
It's right there then.
Thank you.
Problem.
Unless you want to like step to the side a bit, or you want to just go like as far in as possible.
Yeah, maybe like take one step to the side. Actually, can I take that back? I'll be right in the way. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Osklar is running in to stay within 60 feet of Stelthos because they have a. What's the spell?
Which one's Osklar?
It's a warning bond spell.
Which one's Osklar?
Hey, the dwarf cleric.
Yep.
Okay, where are you going?
Staying within 60 feet of Stathos, since we have the warding bond spell, which gives him +1 armor class and saving throws and resistant to all damage, but I take half the damage.
So 30 gets you to right in front of the doorway.
I'll stand on the other side of the doorway, so I'm not blocking it.
So in front of Barba Negra then?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's it.
Is that all for Wattleby?
Nope. William is going to cast Bane, so it needs to make a. I don't see the DC on here, Bill. Charisma save.
Charisma?
Yeah. Oh no, wait, are you changing that, Bill, to guiding bolt? I see two things on here.
Where's
Sorry.
30? Where's 30 feet from it?
30 feet from it?
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Because it's just like right in the door, yeah. So I was going to do the guiding bolt because I realized I'm not close enough.
So you're back here.
Yep.
You're like way.
So I can guiding bolt 120 feet.
Here.
But it misses. It's a 7.
Okay.
All right, and then I am going to cast Storm Sphere on it. It is 150 foot range, so I don't need to move in. Actually, I would like to move back a little bit.
How far? Storm Sphere?
20 feet.
Okay.
It needs to make a strength save.
What are you doing?
Getting a sphere out.
Oh.
Strength save?
Yes, of DC 15.
It was a natural 17.
Okay. Then he does not take any damage, but I am going to use
What's the radius on the storm sphere?
20 foot radius.
Well, we know 20 feet. And where is it located?
I want to cast it so it's kind of behind him and catching him in it. So it kind of fills the back of the room.
So like right there?
That's 20 foot diameter, isn't it?
Is it 20 foot diameter or 20 foot radius?
Radius.
Whoops.
Yeah. Well, we kind of know, yeah.
That's it there. So yeah, I'd have to basically sit like right here. Like that.
All right.
Okay.
All right, that's my turn.
Okay. Next we have Guarl.
What's the initiative count?
Don't worry. I got you.
Okay. So, how far away from the creature are we?
You are 30.
30 feet? Okay. We're going to move into melee range.
Guarl's on the
with
left.
our
or right?
movement.
No, that's not Guarl.
Which one's Guarl?
This is Jardini.
These
guys.
the paladin.
So all of you guys want to move,
Even-
right?
Yeah. So myself and Elrose both.
Yep.
It's just two of us.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. You want to move how far?
Into melee range. So close in.
Okay.
Yeah. You're in.
And then she's attacking. And what's the AC?
AC is 19.
19. So that one is going to miss. Yeah, they're both going to miss. And Jardani is casting Magic Circle. And I'm going to contain the creature within the circle instead of keeping things out.
What's the radius?
It's a 10-foot radius, 20-foot tall cylinder of magical energy centered on a point in the ground that you can see within range. So again, it's going to be that creature. And glowing runes appear where it intersects the floor, and I'm maintaining it within that space.
You said 10-foot radius or diameter?
10-foot radius.
So 20 feet then.
Yeah. Do you have a 20-foot? It's okay. We got it. It's right around the creature, right?
Yes.
I have 15 foot.
No, it's fine. Okay. Oh.
No, 15 feet.
Casting time on that again, Jordani?
It's a minute.
Okay.
That's it? No.
Well, it's 15 feet.
Did you say this thing is hovering?
It is hovering off the ground right now, yes.
How far off?
Yeah.
Right now, like 5 feet off the ground.
Okay, so still in melee range.
Yeah.
So that's going to be my one action. The next action is going to be to attack with my greatsword.
Okay.
Actually, check that. Bonus action is going to be to cast Hunter's Mark on it.
Okay.
And then the attack.
Okay.
Do you have a ring to toss on top?
No, it's fine.
And did you give us an AC yet?
Yeah, 19, he said.
Thank you.
Yep. So that will hit. And it's going to do... and where's my Hunter's Mark points? Damn it. 9, 4, So it's going to do 15 points, and also with Divine Smite is 2.
Ludari, you're on deck. Tamazar, you're after that.
And another 10. So that's going to be 29 points of damage.
In all?
Total, yeah.
Sorry, how many? What was the second part of the damage? I already put in the first.
Oh, it was 10 points of radiant.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
At the end of that turn, it's going to spend a legendary action point, and it's going to fire an eye stalk at Jardani.
Isn't that happening at 20?
No. So that is going to be I need a DC. I need a Wisdom saving throw from you, please.
You got it. That is going to be a 16.
Okay, so you are hit with this sickly yellow ray, and as soon as it impacts you, the visage of this creature just absolutely terrifies you, and you are now considered frightened for the next minute. You can retry the saving throw at the end of each of this creature's turns. Okay.
Just from a mechanic standpoint, never mind.
Frightened, you can't. I think disadvantage.
No
on attack
reactions,
against
right?
it, and then you have to move away from it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead.
That's it for Jardani? For Guarl?
That is for Clan Gorilla, yes.
Okay. Ludari, you're up. Tam, you're on deck.
Okay, so I'm going to move in to get into melee range with it. Vilya, do you want to go ahead and do yours?
Sure.
Your spell?
Yeah, blindness and deafness. I'm going to start with unsettling words, bardic inspiration die.
Just as a heads up, Shad, the only spots available around it for melee at this point will now put you inside Waddleby's Storm Sphere.
And how much damage is that?
2d6 bludgeoning.
I'm fine with that.
He can get in here. That's within range. It's right on the edge.
Okay, there's one spot.
Okay.
You're fine.
Thank you.
And the rest of Ludari?
Okay, so I'm going to use unsettling words against the...
It has to be within... are you all moving into the... It's Zelda and who else, sorry?
Vilya and Garviel.
Yeah, but I'm the one moving in. I think everybody else is staying outside to do ranged attacks.
Okay, so you guys need to move into visible range. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so use my bardic inspiration against the thing as a bard of eloquence, and then the creature must subtract the number rolled on a d6 from the next saving throw it makes before the start of my next turn.
Do you want to roll that d6, or do you want me to roll it?
You can roll it.
You want me to roll it?
Yeah.
That was a 2.
Oh, man. And then I will cast a blindness/deafness at it. 14 con save.
14 con save.
I dropped one of my magnets in my drink.
That is going to be a 20 to save.
Ah, all right. Nothing happens.
Okay.
Okay. So I went in and I did 2 magic sword attacks for 30 damage total.
Okay.
And then Garviel, I think he's going to come in and do a breath weapon. I'm not sure, so I'm going to kick it to him. Garviel.
I'm gonna run in and get beside Ludari, so he gets benefit from my protection reaction, and I'm gonna breath weapon.
Okay, that's a save, right?
Yes, it's a dex save of 12.
Okay, so mine. No, that was already in the last one. Dex save. 12. Wow, that's a 4.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yay.
11 points of damage from the fire.
Got it.
All right.
Is that all of you?
Zelda was going to shoot from the doorway, but she missed, and then she's going to retreat back on the side of the door where everyone's at. So she's just going to stand right next to the outside of the door.
Okay.
There.
Yeah.
So she's not
So
in the room.
Pierre, shoot, and then back away. And then that ends our turn.
All right, it's going to spend another legendary action point to fire another eye stalk. This time at. Can it see? Who was the bard that was casting the stuff at it?
Back here.
Can't see it then. Okay, it's going to have to go after Elder Ludari. Okay, so that's going to be. Ooh, I need you to make a dex saving throw, please.
15 on the die plus 6, 21.
Okay, you save as this blackish green blast impacts the ground. Go ahead.
All right. Tam, you're up.
Alrighty.
Oh, yeah. Next is 20.
Okay, so already, first off, we have Darren who cast a firebolt at it and missed, but he is going to move up so we're in the next couple of rounds he can get within melee.
Darren is the wizard?
Darren is the dwarf barbarian on my team.
Cast what, sorry?
He cast a firebolt.
Okay.
It missed.
The barbarian?
He's got a trait that allows him a couple of artificer skills.
Wow. Okay. So
I thought so too. Anyways, so we do that, and then we're moving up to where we're within 120 feet.
You're already there.
Okay, Siri is going to cast Call Lightning again.
Yes.
Storm forms over the creature, and it's going to call down the lightning and a dex saving throw, DC 13.
Go ahead.
All right. Sorry, what's saving throw?
Dexterity.
Wow, a 4 again. I'm retiring that die.
Alrighty, that is 18 points of lightning damage.
Oof.
And then Vellum is going to cast his Eldritch Blast bolts. 2 bolts, both hit, total damage 7.
Okay.
And Tamazar cast Magic Weapon on his crossbow and fired and missed.
Okay.
Okay. Another legendary action then. Gonna fire another eye stalk ray. Alright, that's gonna be at. Let's see. Who's this little halfling here?
That's the other halfling that isn't Waddleby.
Alright.
Zelda!
Zelda, you need to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
Oh no.
As a yellowish
Shouldn't
ray fires.
Shouldn't I be out of the room?
Sorry?
I said I hid behind the side of the door.
Oh, you're
I
beside
shot
the
my
door?
attack and then moved out of the way.
Wait a second. Oh, that's Waddleby. Sorry.
Oh, it was Waddleby. Sorry, it's Waddleby.
What am I doing?
Wisdom save.
Uh-oh. 9.
9. You are impacted with the same yellowish ray that hit Jardani, and you are now frightened of this creature as its visage just encompasses your entire vision, and all you can see is its red eye and its gaping maw, and you're just terrified of it.
Question.
Yep.
As a halfling, I have advantage on saving throws against being frightened.
Then roll again.
That's worse.
You are frightened.
I am terrified.
All right, and that is initiative count 20.
And obviously you're not able to move any closer with that.
Okay.
And you have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of the fear is within line of sight.
Got it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we're at initiative 20.
So, all right. I require dexterity saving throws from Zelda, and from who's this?
Who is the dwarf barbarian?
Darren, I think.
Yeah, that's Darren, the one who's running in.
Yeah.
So Darren, Barbanegra, Zelda, and who's this?
That's the bard.
And the human bard. And who's this here? The elf, druid, or wizard that's in the room?
Southos.
So I need all those people to make dexterity saving throws for me, please. As you hear the creature utter this guttural and these tentacles reach out from the wall and try to grab you and pull you in.
I got a 19.
Jardani, are we still within 10 foot of yourself within the aura?
You'd have to ask because I moved because I was frightened, so I don't know.
So anybody roll under a 17?
Yes, Darren got a 15.
Darren
Is this a
got
targeted thing that my mirror image could take instead?
It would be
It is
targeted. Yeah, it would be targeted.
Yep, it'd be targeted. Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, I rolled so it attacks my target instead of me.
Awesome.
And so I lose a target. I lose a mirror image of me.
Okay.
How many mirror images do you have left?
I have 2 more.
Yeah, I rolled a 6, so it's not even going to save me if that was in the aura. So yeah, 6 for Barba Negra.
No, that's Selthos. Darren, you're the Dragonborn?
Darren is the dwarf.
This one here.
Dwarf barbarian.
Outside.
Okay.
Okay. That's gonna end that. So whatever's next in the initiative order.
Yeah, it's you.
Oh, it's me. Okay. First thing it's going to do is it's going to hover 20 feet up into the air. Yep. That's 20 feet, right?
No, is it leaving there? Do they get an opportunity attacks?
They would, yeah.
Yeah, you guys would get opportunity attacks. Those that were engaged. That is the 3 of you. That's air.
So it'd be, I think it's Jardani, Elros.
Yeah, and Ludari.
All right.
That's a single attack.
Yep. And that will hit for me. Elros is rolling.
Would I get my
and
sneak
has
attack on that?
Yeah, you would.
Well, that's a good question. Okay, cool.
So 23 damage, magical damage.
Okay.
Mechanics question on this one. Since it's attack of opportunity, can you still add Divine Smite?
I don't think so, no, because it's a bonus action to add the Divine Smite, right?
No, Divine Smite is simply if you hit, but you have to burn a spell slot.
It's a special.
Then no. If you have to burn a spell slot, then no.
Okay. So that is going to be 13, 26 points of damage from Elros and Jardani.
Okay.
And you're starting to see cracks in the skull that are extending from the gashes that you are able to emit.
So 3 rays again. First one is going to be targeted.
Don't forget the negative energy. Then the cone.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
At the beginning of your turn, you decide where it goes. That's all. They can't regain hit point.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Okay. So
just don't. You don't have to tell them it's invisible.
Okay. Yeah. So first one is targeted at. We're gonna say Salthos.
Uh-oh.
This is Salthos here, right?
Yeah.
So I need a dexterity saving throw from you, please.
That one attacks another of my mirror images, and it dissipates.
No,
is
that's
this Salthos or is this Salthos?
Is Salthos in the room?
Yeah, I moved about, I think, 10 or 15 feet straight into the room from the door.
Then who is the half elf or elf wizard?
No, that.
Yeah, that would be me.
Who's the dwarf out here then?
That's
Dwarf
Darren.
is Darren.
That's Darren. Okay.
That's what I had.
That's what. Okay.
Julian, real quick, so I'm tracking. That was the appendages that grappled? Was that what the dex was for?
That was
tentacles.
Yeah.
Copy. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, dex saving throw then. It hit your mirror image.
Yeah, so I'm down to 1 image now.
Okay. It is pissed off about that, so it's going to fire another one at you.
Fair enough.
That is going to be a strength saving throw, please.
Yep, that's going to hit me.
Okay.
And I'm going to roll a strength saving throw of an 11.
An 11?
Yep.
Okay. So it takes you and it throws you 30 feet back out of the room. 5, 10,
That's not very nice, is it?
30.
And they're restrained.
Make a dex saving throw for me, please.
Ooh, natural 1.
Oh
You
no!
land prone.
Ouch.
Outside the room. So you're about 5, 10, you're 20 feet out of the room.
All right, thank you.
Restrained. No, are they restrained by the tail?
Could be, but I threw him instead. So.
Okay.
And the last one is going to be targeted at Ludari. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Oh boy. That's a 14.
14. This gray ray impacts on your chest, and you all watch as Ludari's form begins to slowly shift and crack and harden. And after about 5 seconds, his form turns entirely into stone. You are now petrified.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Is that it?
So you are currently restrained. You're going to do one more check for me next turn. But you're basically petrified from the waist up.
Okay.
And that was going to end its turn. Back to you.
Okay. Next up, we have Barba Negra.
Okay, we've swapped it around a bit due to the fact that it's now floating. So we have on range attacks, we've got a javelin, which will have missed, and we have a short bow hit that's hit and done 10 piercing damage.
10?
Now I'm going to cast a spell here that hopefully will help, and I'm going to cast Earthbind.
Ooh.
So choose one creature you can see within range. Yellow strips of magical energy loop around the creature. The target must succeed on a strength saving throw, or its flying speed, if any, is reduced to 0 feet for the spell's duration. An airborne creature affected by the spell safely descends at 60 feet per round until it reaches the ground or the spell ends.
So that's an 18 to save.
Yeah, that's saved. Worth a try.
Okay.
Legendary action?
Yep.
Gonna fire a ray at... everybody's hiding.
Just do it. The immediate effects. I
Yeah.
would do it Giordano, because he just...
Yeah, well, Giordani. So that's gonna be... I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please. As a blackish ray fires towards you.
18.
18. It impacts on you. You take 20 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
Waddleby, you're up.
Okay.
And Gwirl, you're on deck.
Roger that.
First off, we have Osklar rolled a nat 20 on their what was that? Something. And Guiding bolt, thank you. And sorry, I guess I didn't write this one down. Oh yeah, I did. No, I didn't. Where is that? Sorry.
Radiant damage.
Huh? 36 radiant damage. That's what it is. Thank you. I didn't write that one down.
Yep.
And then William will cast Twilight Sanctuary, which is a...
Yes, I can explain this one for you.
Yeah.
As my clerical power, I will channel Saloon and emit a Twilight Orb 30 feet around my person, removing Frightened from all within. And I will hit, it lasts for a minute, and I will then move 30 feet forward to try and be as close to the group as possible who are fighting, staying behind the door frame, and then cast Healing Word at Elder Giordani for 7 points of healing.
Okay.
Thank you.
You notice as you try to cast the healing has no effect.
Uh-oh.
That's okay, because we have an orb of frightened protection right outside that door.
Yeah. Okay, so next up, Salthos is going to stand up and move the rest of his movement. Can he get within 20 feet of the bad guy?
Salthos was the one that was sent out of the room?
Yes, and he has a 40-foot movement speed.
So half to stand up, so he has 20 feet to move.
In the doorway, again.
Is that within 20 feet of the bad guy?
No.
No, because he's 20 feet up in the air, plus about another 25 feet horizontally across the floor, and then 20 feet up.
Yeah, it's like 30 feet from...
Okay. Well, then, Salthos, go ahead and let me know what you want to do. I attempted to shoot a bolt of lightning out of my storm sphere and missed, but that was my bonus action. So for my action, I'm casting a DC 15 Dex save lightning bolt.
Natural 18.
Okay, so he takes 14 lightning damage.
Okay.
And that's already halved.
Okay.
Right, then if I could use my action to dash to the left 40 feet to get to the left side of the creature.
That's Salthos?
Yes, please.
Okay.
That's perfect, thank you.
Problem.
All right, did I get everybody's in our little group? I got a little flustered on that one.
Okay, Gwirl, you're up.
Legendary action. Going to fire.
Ludari, you're on deck. So Gwirl's up next,
Okay.
Ludari's on deck.
So, quick question.
Yeah.
In terms of the petrification process, that's basically paralysis on Ludari, correct?
Correct.
How close am I to him? Can I touch him?
Yeah, you're like within 10 feet of him.
You're right beside him.
I am going to cast Lesser Restoration on him then and eliminate that paralyzation.
Okay, so you cast Lesser Restoration, and you watch as the magical effects of it do not stop the progress of the petrification.
Okay.
It's going to fire another ray. This time it's going to be at Jardani.
All right. Is that before or after my second action?
It happens. It's supposed to happen after a turn, so
Yeah,
it happens
so it's
before everything.
Before
here.
this, yeah.
Okay.
So you
In
need to
between
make
turns.
a con save again for me, please.
Of course. That is going to be a 17.
17 just makes it. You take another 20 points of necrotic damage.
Thank you. Not. So I'm going to. How far up is it?
It's 20 feet up in the air.
20 feet? Okay. So I will hit it with a bow. And that is going to be and Hunter's Mark. That is going to be 12 points piercing damage.
Okay.
12?
Yeah, 12.
Yep, got it.
And I think I'm out of turn. And Elros had fired a short bow and missed.
Okay. Ludari, you're up, and Tamazar's on deck.
Okay, so when do you want me to do my save? Is that at the beginning or at the end?
I think it's at the end of your turn. Or beginning of your turn.
One moment, please. Where is it?
Okay, while you're doing that, so Zelda peeked in, fired a crossbow, missed,
end of your next
and
turn.
peeked back at the end of my next turn. So does that mean I can take an action if I'm casting a spell?
No, so at the end of this turn, right? This is the next turn.
Yeah, so at the end of this turn,
So you don't
make
have a
save.
turn. So at the end of your turn, so you can do that now,
Okay.
but you're not able to do any actions.
No, he can. Oh, he's restrained. Is restrained prevent action or just movement?
No, but right now he's still petrified.
He is currently restrained, and he's like petrified from the waist up, and it's spreading. So at the end of this turn, he
Is that
makes
what it
another
says?
save. Yes, and then if he fails this one, he's fully stoned.
Okay,
but he's
okay, you
only
do it.
considered
Okay.
restrained right now.
Okay. No, you can still cast a spell as long as it doesn't require somatic.
Okay. Bill, while I'm pulling this up, Bill, do you want to read yours?
Oh no, sorry. You just have a speed of 0 if you're restrained, and disadvantage on dexterity
Okay.
saving throws. But you can still, yeah. But you still have you can still do casting.
Okay. Bill, you go ahead.
I hear a spinner.
Yeah, I pulled out the big boy to try and make my dex save.
So I'm gonna go ahead and do the bar. Do I have to come in closer, come into the room a little bit to be able to see it?
No, you can see it right now.
Okay. I'm going to cast my Bardic Inspiration again against it. So D6 from the next saving throw. And I would like to cast Fairy Fire on it again. Same one as before. It would be a DC 14
Natural
Dex.
19.
Minus 6.
Minus 1, because I rolled a 1, so it's 18.
Passes.
I'll just hide again.
Ludari, what was your save?
Okay. So I had a 16 and a 17 on the die. What was the save again?
It's a dexterity saving throw, DC 17.
So that's plus 6. So my lowest was a 22.
Okay, so you break free of the petrification. The rock shatters to bits and pieces on the ground, and your legs are now free.
Is that all of Ludari?
Okay. Garviel threw a javelin for 6 damage, and then that's the end of Ludari.
Legendary action. Going to fire a ray at... If you can see it, it can see you. It's going to fire it at the bard. Sorry, I'm not good with the names right now. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
At Vilya.
At Vilya.
That's a 5.
At 5.
Yeah.
So this reddish ray impacts on you, and you are absolutely enthralled by this creature, and you want to do anything to please it. You are now considered charmed.
Okay.
Oh no.
You can't.
Does that
yeah,
mean-
you can't attack it, and they have advantage on ability checks to interact socially with you.
And all
Okay.
you hear in your mind is, "Save me."
Okay.
Go ahead.
Tamazar, you're up.
All right. First thing first with Darren, he's going to rage and then attempt to break the grapple. He got a 20. Got a natural 20 to break the grapple.
Beat it.
So that's his turn. Valmore wants to move up to where he is within 60 feet. So he wants to move 30 feet up so he can see it.
Who is that again?
Valmore is the tiefling.
Okay.
Warlock.
60 feet? Dash?
He wants to move up 30 so he can get eyes on it.
Yep.
Okay.
And then he's going to cast Eldritch Blast, 2 blasts. They both hit for 19 points of damage.
Okay. Got it.
Siri is going to drop the Call Lightning Storm and hit with her bow. She got a natural 20. So
She'll have to
21.
move up to see it now that it's up in the air.
Yeah, she'll have to move up so she can get a line of sight on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'll give line of sight.
And she got a natural 20 with bonus 21, 11 points of damage total for the bow. Tamazar is going to look about. Does anybody look like they are in some serious pain as far as healing?
No, not yet.
Well, whoever needs it, even without serious pain.
I need 6 people who need healing. 6 people who need healing.
I'll take some points.
Me?
Okay. Ludari, Giordani, Wadabi. That's 3. 3 more.
Chuck, someone said then if there's some spare going.
Say again?
If there's some spare going, so it'll take us work.
I can cast a mass healing word on 6 people.
Any others? Is there anybody else in more need of it?
That's 4.
4.
Nobody else is taking damage?
Not
Just
yet.
us 4, I guess.
Wow.
Okay.
So the healing has no effect as the arcane holy energy tries to imbue your body and just turns to this black smoke and fades.
Oh, the eye is looking at me, isn't it?
Yep.
All right, then I am going to step to the side to where I'm not in view of the eye.
Sorry, which one are you? Which dwarf?
Tamazar is dwarf cleric.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He should be about 120 feet back.
Yep.
Yeah. So do you want to just step way off to the side of the doorway?
Yeah, that way where the eye can't see, where the eye can't see me.
Basically over.
Yeah.
But not inside. Yeah, not inside the room with the
Over here.
thing.
Yep. Okay, so now you're way out of sight of it.
Cool.
Now, sorry, does the eye stop them from getting healed, or if the caster is within the? It's within
anything
the caster.
anything in the cone.
So the caster doesn't.
Yeah.
It gets canceled on the caster, not on the subject.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Any creature in that area.
What else
can't
from
regain
Tamazar? Anything else?
No, that's all. That's all 4 of us.
Okay. At this point, you hear another guttural phrase uttered by this creature. And an eye stalk appears out in the middle of the room that you guys are kind of all in, the room outside of it. This red eye stalk just appears in the middle of the air, looks towards Tamazar and fires a ray. That's going to be a...
That is not okay.
Where is it here? A wisdom saving throw, please.
Wisdom saving throw. Yeah. All right. It's going to be a 13.
13. This blue ray fires out towards you, impacts on your head, and you immediately fall to the ground unconscious, sound asleep, snoring away.
All right.
That's your turn.
Was that Tamazar?
That was Tamazar.
Oh dear.
And then the eye stalk kind of looks back towards the creature in the room and then disappears from sight. And now it's my turn?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's going to move 20 feet out of the storm sphere. It's going to go over here.
Julian?
Yep.
I don't think you can.
No?
No, because I had that magic circle cast around you.
Oh, what does it do, sorry?
The magic circle, hang on, I'll read it out to you again. It creates a 10-foot radius, 20-foot tall cylinder of magical energy centered on the point of the ground. I centered it on the area that it was in.
Okay.
And then I can choose whether it causes the magic to keep something in or keep something out. So I decided to keep it in.
You said it was how tall?
20-foot tall cylinder.
So it's just in range.
And it can't get out either. So it can't even.
It can't get out. It's stuck within that
So it's
circle.
basically stuck within 20 feet, hovering in the air.
Yeah.
It doesn't take a minute to cast that.
He cast it before it took off, so he shouldn't have been able to take off.
Okay.
Right?
Well, it's within 20 feet, so it just can't move outside of that circle that he's created.
Okay,
It's like
so let's just say it's okay. So it can't move at all from where it is.
Yeah, it can.
It doesn't get any save to try and move later. How long does it last?
It lasts for ranges. Duration's 1 hour.
Jeez.
Attack save is charisma 15.
What's the casting time on it?
It's 1 minute to cast.
Yeah, a minute to cast.
So there's no. So then it's not active. That's,
okay.
That's 10 rounds of combat.
Okay, got it.
So yeah.
And it's only been 2 rounds.
Yeah, so then it can move. It hasn't been.
Are you attempting to cast it still, or have you casted other things?
No, I haven't cast anything else.
Okay,
I just
so
said cast that.
So you're still attempting to cast it.
Right.
Okay.
So it's gonna just move out over here.
Never mind.
So it's just outside, and you can see that it's
Can you
still
zoom
staring
in?
out towards the door.
Can you guys zoom in? Can you zoom in for us so we can see? Because we can't.
Sorry.
It's so small. We don't see. Yeah, thank you.
So it's over there now.
Okay.
Okay. And then it's going to fire 3 rays again. 1 at Solthos. Right, that's going to be another DC. Strength saving throw.
I rolled a nat 20, so it targets a mirror image.
Okay. Does nothing
That's my
there?
last one, so I'm only there now. No more mirror images.
Okay.
Within your range, because then you're out of range.
Yeah. The next one is going to target. I think Elros is in there too, right? Yeah, Elros is right
Yeah,
there.
Elros is
So Elros, that's going to be... Oh, I didn't roll the... that's going to be a wisdom saving throw, please.
Elros, did you catch that?
I'm trying.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Sorry.
No problem.
It likes to capitalize stuff when it's not supposed to.
Yep. And then the next one's going to be targeted at... who's the Dragonborn in here?
The Dragonborn is...
Garville.
Garville.
Okay, you need to make a wisdom saving throw as well.
I got a 4.
So the blue ray hits Elros, and you fall asleep.
Okay.
And Garville?
Got a 19.
19. The reddish ray impacts you, but has no effect. And that's going to be its turn.
Okay. Back up to Barba Negra.
Okie dokie, we have a bow shot coming in on a 19 to hit for 8 points of damage.
Okay.
And we have a
From
javelin
who,
coming.
sorry?
That's from Andre. That's the human monk male.
So they are now out of range. They'd have to move into the doorway in order to do it.
Okay, well, let's move them. I think Val also moved up last turn.
And Val is who, sorry?
That's the half-orc paladin.
Right.
So they did move it last turn a bit anyway.
Okay. Okay. How much damage?
So we had 8 points of damage from the bow shot.
Yep.
And the javelin hit was a nat 20 for 17 points of damage. And I'll move up closer as well and cast a firebolt. And that's going to miss.
Val does another 30 feet of movement to get in the room as well for this turn.
Yeah.
She did the 30 last turn, and she's doing another 30 this turn.
Who's that, sorry?
The half-orc paladin.
You want to move into the room?
Yeah.
Yeah, she moved to the room last turn. It's additional movement this turn. And Sidifal's also going to move up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And Sidfar, you want to move how far into the room?
I can move up to 40 foot into the room, so I want to get as
be?
close to the tyrant as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Problem. Okay. Is that all of Barba Negra?
That's just good for this turn, yep.
Okay. Waddleby, you're up. And Gwirl, you're on deck.
Legendary action, actually. Another ray fires off at Barba Negra. That's going to be a con save, please.
Okay. That's 16.
16. You take 36 points of necrotic damage as a black ray impacts and just starts tearing through your flesh.
It's fine. There's plenty of it.
Is
Proceed.
okay. Got a couple people still deciding what they're going to do since things changed so drastically all of a sudden. So for myself, a bolt of lightning streaks out of the storm sphere and hits him for 11 lightning damage.
Okay.
And then I need him to make a DC 15 dex save.
That's a 5.
All right, so then he takes another 31 damage. And then Salthos runs in and throws the Shadow Blade at him for 18 psychic damage.
Okay.
Osklar will cast Bless on Elder Ludari still has to roll again to see if he can break the thing, right?
No, he did
out.
last turn.
Oh, he's out. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then we'll give it to Elder Jardani. And then William is going to cast Bane on it and back out of the room.
Who, sorry?
Villia?
William, sorry.
Which one's William?
Human cleric.
Yeah.
Human cleric?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's a DC.
You can't back out of the room if you want to. I'd say you end up here, just outside the door.
That's fine.
Go ahead.
That's a 13 charisma save for Bane.
That's a natural 15.
Okay. That's
Okay.
our turn.
Guarl's up.
Legendary action first.
Ludari's on deck.
Yeah, it's gonna keep picking on. Who's there? Garviel. I need you to make a con save for me.
$15.
Sorry?
15.
15. This orange ray fires out at you, and your body becomes racked with this almost electricity, and your body and muscles lock up, and you're now considered paralyzed for 1 minute.
Oh, man.
You can make a another check to try and break out of it at the end of your next turn. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so Gorill's up. Elros is asleep. So how far is Jardani from the...
15 from the ground, so basically 5, 10, 20 feet?
All right, and it's still how high up?
20 feet.
Still 20. Okay, so still range then. All right. Then it's going to be 20 points piercing damage.
Okay.
That's all I can do. Okay. And that is our clan's turn.
Okay. Sorry, who did I say was next? Tam is next, right?
No, Ludari.
Oh, sorry, Ludari's next, and then Tam's on deck.
Okay. So Vilya's charmed. Does she have to attack somebody?
No.
Or okay. So she's just going to move out of the doorway. Zelda comes into the doorway, fires, and misses again. Garviel is paralyzed, so he can't attack, correct? Being paralyzed.
Right.
And so I'm going to cast Witch Bolt for 10 points of lightning damage.
10 points?
10 points.
Okay.
And I would
can
like...
Garviel use a spell being paralyzed? No, because he couldn't move his mouth and he can't do somatic, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Or verbal.
Okay. Or right. So if it didn't have a somatic or verbal component, Garviel, then maybe. But
okay, Tamazar's up.
Yep.
I would also like to give a bardic inspiration to Elder Sid real quick.
Okay.
As that is all I can do.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Legendary action first.
Can he re-roll to break the paralyzation or not, or is it just done until
at the end of his next turn?
Which just happened, right?
So, yeah, so
because it was just our turn. So Garviel, you can re-roll and let us know what you get on a. I don't know what the save was.
The save was 17.
But which one? Con, Dex?
It was, I believe, Con. Yeah, Con save.
I rolled a 16.
So still paralyzed. And then Jardani, I need you to make a Dex save, please.
That is going to be a 22.
Okay. The ray misses. Okay, go ahead.
Tamazar.
Alrighty. First up, we have Valmor, the Tiefling Warlock.
Yep.
He's gonna get within 60 feet and cast Dissonant Whispers at 3rd level.
Okay.
It's a Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom save.
Wisdom save.
DC 14.
Natural 15.
All right. So it takes half damage, which will be 11 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
Siri is going to get within 60 feet and cast Flaming Sphere.
Which one's Siri?
It's a Dex save, DC 13.
Dex save. That's an 11.
All right, so it takes 8 points of fire damage.
Okay, got it.
Darren is going to pull out a hand axe and attempt to throw it. He misses. So the axe would just kind of fly by and then fall to the ground. And I believe Tamazar is still unconscious.
Okay, 20. Okay.
So, an area basically on 25 feet, centered on the doorway. So 25 feet into the room you guys came from, and 25 feet into the room that this creature was in, and then 25 feet on either side is. It immediately becomes filled with all of these eye stalks and tentacles. And everything in that area is considered lightly obscured and difficult terrain. And now it's my turn?
Yep.
Okay. New targets. It's going to fire first at the tiefling. First ray. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please. 8. You take 45 points of force damage.
I'm down.
Your body, as the ray hits it, immediately disintegrates into ash.
Can I do a reaction?
What is it?
Rebuke the violence. It's my channel divinity.
What's the
It's
cast?
Wisdom 12.
Are you the one that was just hit?
So it basically, what is? Let me find it. So channel divinity.
Who did you target?
Rebuke the violent. Immediately after an attacker within 30 feet deals damage with an attack against a creature other than you, you can use your reaction to force the attacker to make a wisdom saving throw of DC 12. On failure, the attacker takes radiant damage equal to the damage it just dealt, or half damage on success.
That's cool.
Okay.
Okay, so who is the tiefling? Sorry, quick.
I'm the tiefling.
Valmore? Okay.
Yep.
So Valmore takes that damage. Disintegrates. And then you have to make a save, and you will take the equal amount of damage.
Okay, so it was a what
Or
save?
half. It's a wisdom saving throw, DC 12.
So that is a 16 with its bonus.
Okay, so he takes half of that damage back as radiant.
So, however you want to round it. It was 45.
Down.
So down. So 22.
Okay. At this point, seeing your comrade disintegrate before your eyes, you redirect your holy radiant energy towards this creature, and it begins to shudder and scream in this guttural, deep speech, and it explodes outward, and the Death Tyrant is no more.
Oh my gosh.
Only someone had to die, it's fine.
You are now...
Reincarnate him as something else.
Yeah, it'd be fine.
You are now surrounded by your comrades. I want to thank Julian for guesting as our big bad for the evening. Julian, you can go back in the other room now. Get out of here.
Okay. Cage.
Oh, nice.
In my corner, whatever.
Thank you. All right. Moving on. What do you do?
Resurrection scroll. Let's see.
First, go and wake Tamazar.
Yeah,
For
nobody
this-
sneaks. I'll wake Elros.
You.
I will try to use one of my scrolls, maybe, on Valmore. I bring in my clerics and I say, what can we do?
Hold on, looking that up now.
Resurrection.
Reincarnation.
Hoover
I was
out.
thinking. Touch a dead humanoid or a piece of a dead humanoid.
Yeah, I don't think the ash is going to count. You may have to do the reincarnation for this one.
That's what this one says. Reincarnate. Touch a dead or piece of a dead humanoid.
Does dust count as a piece of a dead humanoid?
I would think so.
Yes, I would.
DM call.
I'm gonna say, hang on one sec. Let me just look it up. Yeah, I'm gonna say Ash is the piece of a dead humanoid, and the creature has been dead no longer than 10 days. Julian, can I get a second on that? That's for a reincarnate.
Okay, let me pull that up.
You touch a dead humanoid or a piece of a dead humanoid, provided that the creature has been dead no longer than 10 days. The spell forms a new adult body for it, and then calls the soul to enter that body. What's that? Okay. And it is based on the disintegrate spell? Okay. According to the disintegrate spell, apparently only well, who's trying to do this?
Me.
Who's me?
Hillary Waddleby.
Oh, I didn't recognize your quivering, scared voice.
Guys,
can I get a religion check on that, please?
Oh, good. I'm so good at religion.
Well, hang on a second.
I'm just going to read this out so that you know. A disintegrated creature.
I was gonna wait. I was gonna find out what they knew about the spell first.
Oh, okay.
Right, Waddleby. What's your class again?
I'm a sorcerer.
Yeah. Okay. So arcane. Arcana check, please.
17.
Okay. With a 17, you know that no spell would work except for true resurrection. And what's the other one?
Wish.
And wish. From the effects of a disintegration.
I look down at the pile of scrolls in my hand, and I just hang my head. None of these will work. I don't think there's anything we can do. Oh. Sit quietly over the pile of ashes.
Can we try to identify the ring and cross our fingers that it was a wish ring?
You can certainly try.
You beat me to it.
It can't hurt, right?
You beat me to it.
Start 10 minutes.
Survive the.
All right, we'll take 10 minutes to let the ring be identified and hope for the best.
Is there anything that anyone else wants to do within that 10 minutes?
Yeah, I want to look through this area and see if there's anything worthwhile while they're doing that, because I know as a rogue I can't help.
Yeah,
I'd like to help him.
You imagine.
I would like to.
As you start to kind of look through the room, Ludari, can I get a investigation check, please?
Can I guide him?
15 on the die plus 7, 22.
Okay. With a 22, there is nothing in this room that can be used in any way, shape, or form. This is a prison vault. It was designed with basically the thickness of the mountain around it to keep this creature from ever getting out. It was intended to be a prison. And the ring is a ring of mind shielding.
That's not going to help.
Anybody else want to do anything within that 10 minutes?
Nope. I got nothing.
Tamazar is going to look for whoever's injured and maybe cast a healing word on them if they're in dire straits. If not, then he's just going to stand by and see what the rest of the clan decides to do.
I'll take some points if you're passing them out.
I'll pass them out.
I've got some healing potions if anybody needs healing.
Okay.
Well, we do have those greater healing potions too, so it could take those and save the slots in case anything else pops up.
That's not a bad idea.
So, if we bring some of the ashes down to Madame Eva, would she be able to do a true resurrection?
Or a wish.
Or a wish?
Only one way to find out. I will spend the 10 minutes carefully getting every smidgen of ash off of the ground
Okay. You collect. Where do you put the ashes?
I was just trying to think of that. Where do I put them? Does anybody have a
I
box?
have two flasks.
Well, if anyone took healing potions, you got empty vials.
You got an empty flask, yeah.
Might be a little bit damp inside still. This dust might stick to it a little bit.
I have two unused flasks.
I will
One of those, yeah.
funnel them into the flasks. I will use mold earth to create like a little funnel.
Okay. And you begin to gingerly and respectfully collect the ashes. Anyone else?
We look at this creature, try to identify who its enemy was. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, so the... sorry, who was that?
William.
Absolutely. Give me a... Sorry, so you're trying to figure out who its enemy was?
According to the door, it said, I have, imprisoned whatever the verbiage was you had at the top of the door.
Yeah. So above the door, I'll tell you, it said, "For all eternity, my rival will remain entombed. Let this be a warning to all who threaten my realm."
Yeah, so can we try and figure out...
Give me history
Strahd
check.
Might this be?
History check?
Strahd is the land. Mm-hmm. I still don't even know this.
Like, I grew up in Varsani, so.
A 24.
Okay. With a 24, it's quite obvious that it's Strahd's land and that it was probably written by him or for him. So you imagine that this creature was entombed here by Strahd. I will also say with a 24 that you have heard that a beholder who is trapped and potentially this beholder went insane and they eventually become what is known as a death tyrant. So it has been trapped here for 200-300 years after being entombed by Strahd and now was released for the first time in all those years.
We have any indication that Strahd may be aware of what we've done?
Oh, give me an insight check with disadvantage, please.
Interesting.
4 and 6 on the die. Insight is +7, so 11.
Yeah, you don't know at this point. Although you do get the sense of being watched is starting to fade.
Oh. Huh.
With that many eyes, he's going to have seen something.
You just do him a favor. Him being the lord of this land.
Is there anything that we can gather from the creatures that we destroy? Is there any loot or anything that we can get from the death tyrant or the giants or the wolves? Those things as well.
Yeah, so they were already searched. Basically, they didn't have anything of value. If you want to cultivate anything from them, fur, teeth, anything like that, fine. But there's nothing of value that you know of.
Actually, I was going to ask about something about the frost giants.
Yep.
Do they have helmets or hats?
One of them had both of them had helmets. One of them kind of like a Viking helm, half helm with horns, and the other one had kind of like a helmet with a visor over it.
Okay, how hard would it be to get one of those kind of moving?
Yeah, I mean, the helmets I would say are like, sorry, the one is actually like a. It appears to be here. I'll show you actually. If I can get the mini cam here. Julian. One is like, it looks like a skull of a large creature, a beaked creature with large horns. And that one would be about like 5 feet tall and about, 4 feet across. And the other one is like a helmet with a visor, and it's got long horns that reach out the back from either side. Now, of course, these things have like undead ichor and stink on them, but potentially could be cleaned up.
Go on, somebody say it. Go on, somebody. The Dine say it.
What?
Prestidigitation? Yeah.
Yep, that would do it.
Yeah. I've got Presty, so I'll take the one with the horn sticking out the side, and just start cleaning it and getting ready to either roll down the hill or slide down the hill on it.
Okay.
Have we grabbed the great axes as well?
It's about 8 feet across this helmet, like from tip to tip on the horns.
Okay, I'm going to need some help getting this thing if I want to take it.
Yeah, you could probably drag it.
Okay.
Did we grab the great axes?
Yeah, you could probably drag those too. Once again, they're going to be, 15 feet long, tall.
It'd be nice to re-smelt those into things.
That's what I'm thinking.
Uh-huh.
Can I
make a dagger?
Go ahead.
I was wanting to know how big the teeth of the Death Tyrant are. I want to see if I can make a dagger or a weapon out of it.
Yeah, so its teeth, it would be about a dagger size, but again, it's like a shattered skull. So it'll take you some time to take teeth. I would say that you can cultivate 5 teeth from the Death Tyrant skull. And at this point, they're just large, large teeth that are probably about 6 to 8 inches long. Anything else you want to collect from this room before you leave the area?
All the treasure.
Yeah,
all the gold and stuff from the other room.
So you collect everything of value. You take the next half an hour to 45 minutes to collect everything. You spread it across all of you so that the weight isn't too much to bear down the mountain. And I'm assuming at this point you plan to leave?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any reason to stay.
Okay.
At this point.
You all start to kind of climb over this undead body of the frost giant who is blocking the doors. It's pretty gross, but you all manage to do it. Are you leaving the frost giant body in the doorway?
May as well. There's little point in doing anything else with him.
Okay.
I'm wondering, should we grab the orbs?
I'm going to say, did they get destroyed with the door when it exploded, or
The
did
orbs
they
are
survive?
gone.
Okay.
Also, should we burn all the bodies so they can't come back?
Maybe not, because right now the body is holding the door open. If we ever want to investigate this place or make use of it later, we won't have a way back in if we burn the body and then the door shuts.
How about at least the wolves?
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
other
if the
things
op-
are gonna probably eat it.
On
Yeah,
that
if
case, it's a large mousetrap. Then we just leave it alone.
Yeah,
It's not
if the
wasting
orbs are gone, we're not going to get the door open again, are we? If the orbs are gone. If they shut and we've got no orbs.
Maybe the magic that's holding that is enchanting the door is also destroyed when the orbs were destroyed.
We can always hope.
Yeah.
The only way to check is check later.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason though to.
Can we check to make sure there's no hidden doors or anything else before we leave, just in case those doors close?
Yep. You take the time to thoroughly investigate, and I'm going to say, for the sake of brevity, that there isn't anything else within this area that is secret, whether it be a tunnel, whether it be an entrance. You search incredibly thoroughly and don't find anything else.
And we feel like the feeling of being watched is gone now.
It's dissipating.
Okay. Well, the orbs are gone. What they were trying to keep from getting released is gone. I think all we can do now is return home, and we know, we have a few more answers.
Frustrating, because the blood muzzle's still out there. O's out there. Frustrating that we have not been able to stop them.
But I think our camp will be a little safer now.
Maybe.
Just one less person in it.
I guess we begin traveling back down the mountain. We might want to take a rest.
I think we should get back to base camp and maybe rest there before we head back down.
Okay. You gather all your things, you gather your treasure. You try to gather yourselves after your loss this day. And you travel back down towards base camp. And that is where we're going to end the session for this evening. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Such is D&D, and character loss is difficult, but it is not necessarily the end. So keep that in mind as you continue across the week and you find ways to spread the news of the victories and the defeats and all of that stuff. Thank you so much for tuning in, everyone who's watching the VOD afterwards. Of course, as always, if you want to join our Discord community, you need to subscribe at the different tier levels on Twitch, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, or with your Amazon, your Twitch Prime. Amazon thing. It's late. It was a long session, but I feel great. I really do. It was so fun and so awesome. Thank you to Julian for being ruthless, because I'm sure you guys were scared poopless from that Death Tyrant, which was a really awesome and fun experience. You guys have a wonderful night. Take care of yourselves as usual. A week from today, and when this goes up live, whatever, we will come back with the next episode in Into the Mist. You guys have a wonderful evening. Bye. Say bye, everyone.
Bye.